dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself, as true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. 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 Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. 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 Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kos, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuat, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we
Welcome back to our English broadcast of MPL Indonesia Season 11. Today, 2 matches left in this beautiful Saturday. First one though, Rebellion versus GEEK. 2 years ago, or 2 seasons ago to be exact, this matchup wouldn't be something that a lot of people look forward to, but in this case, both teams are already improving, especially GEEK SLATE. Right now, they're sitting, I believe, in 2nd or 3rd place in current standings. Huge improvement compared to last season from their 8th placer.
Both teams have really stepped up this season. Both teams are fighting to perhaps get that upper bracket slot, and that's actually more true for GEEK SLATE right now, because like you mentioned there, Sheffin, they are in the rankings of 2 to 3. They could overcome RRQ very soon. But for the side of Rebellion Zion, now their performance has been a little bit more shaky than GEEK SLATE. They're still finding their rhythm in the earlier stages of leg number 1. But coming into leg 2, Coach Chico's drafts have always been impeccable, and they're looking to get the prize, which is that playoff spot.
Yeah, before all of that, Gani, Eterna, we're gonna introduce ourselves. Today in the desk here is Sheffin, Eterna, and Gani again. with you all today. We're gonna cast 2 matches today in Rebellion versus GEEK SLATE, and Aura Fire versus RRQ. A lot of matches that we're looking for, and today we're gonna look at our hot topics today, Connie.
Rebellion and Geek, the battle for 2 King Slayer positions in the playoffs. Their initiation here, it seems like, it's going to be the main factor here. If we're talking about the roamers, you know, the Starboy Rebellion side, we the Janarko. He has been proven himself this season that he is a very prominent roamer, and I guess there is more to come. There is more to develop. I feel like he is still far from his peak. But if we're talking about Beloyski, I feel like he is the more mature roamer, So let's talk about the playoffs contention that is getting very, very intense, especially after earlier we saw that a couple of teams lost. Bigetron lost. So perhaps it just makes it more intense here. GEEK SLATE was 6-4, 3rd place. And Rebellion, though, they're at 6th place, 4 and 5. It's going to be a very, very spicy match indeed. But let's talk about Leg 1, ladies and gentlemen. What happened was, it was Geek Fam. Actually, they weren't able to find success in Leg 1. Why? Because, again, the Starboy with the Janarko was on that Grok, and he was impeccable on that Grok, finding the right initiations, finding the right connections, and for the most part, early game-wise, it was actually GEEK SLATE that were able to find more success in the early game. Beloyski on that Kadita was able to find more pick-offs in the early game, but what happened was they lost control after that mid-game. You can see here, this is still the early game. Minute number 5 was actually all GEEK SLATE. They were able to, again, just dominate in the gold lane, and after perhaps, I think in the mid-game, it was actually where GEEK SLATE was starting to look kind of shaky. What happened here was with Janarko there, popping with that Grok. Again, in this game, in this replay, it was actually all Geek. So it was unfortunate for the side of GEEK SLATE. They weren't able to find and close the game out, because at the end of the day, it was actually Rebellion. They were the more coordinated, especially after that mid-game. GEEK SLATE, they just lost their tempo here. Perhaps Matt overextended here, and it was just completely punished by the side of Rebellion. Even though Kadera got a kill, but Highs with the clutch shuriken there managed to steal the deal, even almost got a double, and this was game 1. Again, Rebellion with the revolve around with Janarko. They were able to regain control, and was actually GEEK SLATE that wasn't able to find the domino effect, even though they got the early game. Game number 2, similar story. We Janarko was unstoppable here, combined with Highs, Vincent. They were the perfect trio, it seems like, gold lane, jungle, and roam. It was, I think, for the side of Aboy and Jana, they weren't able to find success. But please do note that it was actually Matt in this first leg that is in that EXP. So what they need to do here in the second leg, GEEK SLATE, with their momentum, they need to revolve around where Jana has been displaying a very strong, I guess, roamer macro-wise, especially just outplaying, especially when he is given that Natalia. So I guess Rebellion, straightforward, they need to ban the Natalia out. Again, in the replay here in the second game, was actually already Rebellion Zion in this current moment here, somehow controlling the fight. But the Janarko on the Franco is a very, very strong roamer here, very strong pickoffs. And again, we Janarko just everywhere with this bloody hunt. This roamer presence, the suppression, crowd control is just unstoppable in leg 1 though. In leg 2, I mentioned Rebellion, Zion, they are the ones that were kind of shaky here, so they need perhaps a lot of repairs if you compare it to GEEK SLATE. Momentum is definitely on GEEK SLATE's side.
Yeah, definitely it's interesting, like Eterna. The only team that has managed to win 2-0 against GEEK SLATE is Rebellion. Like, you wouldn't expect that. You would expect like ONIC or maybe RRQ or EVOS. But in this case, it's Rebellion. Out of all teams in the world, this this team managed to take down GEEK SLATE 2-0. And as Beloyski said sometimes ago, like he's very, very excited to actually go against this team because there's been a lot of things that you want to say.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can highlight from Rebellion Zion in particular. I think Coach Chico is one of the best drafters right now as a coach, but we also need to highlight on these players, right? The gold lane. I think Rebellion Zion has found a lot of success because they were able to get a winning lane for Highs, and therefore they were able to snowball off his performance. And we saw that in the highlights. Whenever he gets the carry, look at it, even that 66.7% win rate here, Gani.
So only one loss, right, technically. But if you take a look on the right side, 8 times picking up the carry and 75% win rate. That's massive if you really think about it. So it's going to be a challenge based on this data, right? For especially Highs here. Rebellion, they're in a shaky state. So they need to stabilize, especially going up against Beloy. So to specify, they need to shut down Beloyski's hero power, like the Natalia, perhaps like the Kaja, even the pick-off heroes. That is just too overwhelming sometimes for other teams. For Beloy, from Beloy, and anticipating early pick-offs from GEEK, again revolving around Beloyski. Those are the 2 keys to victories presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A53 and A33 5G. And this is going to be the keys to success as well from the side of GEEK SLATE. Presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, maximizing the flex picks in the draft and winning the matchup in the mid lane. A boy needs to win against Sway Low.
But it's definitely a tough burden to have, especially against Beloyki. As you said, Connie, pick-off heroes are the specialty of this man. But another thing that really I want to really note is, out of all the teams in MPL, there's been a lot of rumors that GEEK SLATE, is one of the most, they really trust Beloyski. But before that, we're gonna shout out our sponsors. Of course, all of this wouldn't be possible with MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34 and A54 5G. Official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. Partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Libly. Official broadcast, Maxstream. Broadcast partner, TFR Esport. Partner, Indomaret and Point Coffee, and supported by PBSE. Back to my point, Connie and Arizona. This team really trusts Beloyski, as also R7 said that in when he saw that GEEK played against Blacklist International in MPLI, he saw that the trust is sometimes backfired towards GEEK, but at the end of the day, when you trust a person to make the shot call, and that person is really, really capable at doing it, it's gonna be good for you.
You see that actually reflected in GEEK SLATE's gameplay, right? There are so many moments where Beloyski seems like he's making a call. You can't really tell because we can't see full in the mic checks, but you can see when Beloyski gets a hook or lands an opportunity, everyone is there to follow up and follow through. And that is the main shining moment, honestly, for the side of GEEK SLATE. Something that they can always utilize is their trust in Beloyski. And that's why Beloyski has become just so important to GEEK SLATE's lineup. We see him being respect banned all the time in the draft picks as we take a look at the official starting lineup here for Rebellion Zion.
Yep, it's gonna be Swalo, Kars, Highs, Vincent, and Vijanarga. So it's Kars on the XP lane. The same earlier in the season, but we'll see who's gonna be the XP laner for GEEK SLATE. I expect Luke here because they found a lot of success, but I think they're asking for a deja vu, Gani. What's going on?
It's gonna be a rematch, right? Just like leg 1. They're gonna trust Matt in that EXP. So let's see, will it come to fruition?
Not gonna lie, I'm not liking the choice here, but we're gonna see the Geeks are entering the stage. They might be called Geek, but they're not afraid of confrontation. Led by Beloyski the Broski himself.
Let's welcome the new King Slayers, GEEK SLATE.
Oh, they are looking scary here. And let's see, right? I mean, in leg 1, they did not found success for the side of Matt. With Matt, but it seems like now they will find some reparations as the Blues, they're walking onto the stage.
The Blue Bulls gonna walk up on stage. looking to get more victories to push the other teams back down in the red zone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Rebellion Zion.
Wow. With Starboy on the lineup, Wijanarko played the Grok. As you said earlier, Gani, it's impeccable. One of the most important things in that game, just negating all the pressure of Beloyski. And you think that Beloyski is definitely much more established roamer in this case, but Wijanarko, he wants to prove something. He wants to prove that this team is not easy to take.
Of course, yeah, they're still raw, but they are showing that statement here. So let's see, will that challenge, will they be able to somehow follow through? Going up against GEEK SLATE this season, it's tough, right? It's tough.
Honestly, one of the main challenges for GEEK SLATE, for Beloyski as well as the coach, Coach Reno, is to win in the drafts. There are rarely moments where Rebellion Zion actually have a horrible draft. They always manage to win those side lanes, that mid lane presence as well, to be able to rotate a lot better in the early game. And this is what we're looking at right now here, the most pick and ban heroes, but this time for the side of Rebellion Zion.
This makes sense, right? Chico, he likes to prioritize Swalo's hero, and there you go, Yves. 8 times being picked, and also other teams, they understand this. They know that Swalo really likes the Yves, really good on that Yves, and that's why it's also the most banned by the opponent. Now, what comes second? Wijanarko, of course, the hero for that roam position. Grok has been secured 7 times. It's sort of a clear, straightforward from Chico. The top 3 picks is actually the mid lane, the roam, and the jungler. The trio somehow is prioritized here by Chico. Let's see though, will it come through again? Because Reno, take a look at that. He goes for the other approach, a different approach. They really like the Fredrin. Jana plays an amazing Fredrin, and they picked it up 13 times. And take a look at the most banned by opponent. The only team that forces Natalia banned out 18 times.
The differential though between 1-1 Joy and Natalia is, this doesn't make sense, Eternal. Like 1-1 and Joy usually is pretty much the standard ban for all the teams out there, but Natalia being up there with 5 difference, wow, it just shows you that a lot of teams are really afraid, really respecting the Natalia pick from Beloyski, especially against EVOS Legends. We've seen Natalia versus Estes, which doesn't make sense in the, bigger scene. Like, I would think that Estes feels against Natalia well, covers against Natalia well, but in this case, he's insane on Natalia.
Yeah, it honestly does make sense, right? Natalia for Beloyski, it isn't just a pick-off hero. He's so good at the macro plays. We saw him even in a behind type of situation, able to get a comeback because of those macro plays that he was able to do on the map. And as you can see here, the number 2 most turtle slain in MPL ID Season 11, it's gonna go to Jana QT. This stat, it really shows that Jana, he's very center focused on the objectives, and that usually helps elevate GEEK SLATE's gameplay to not just being aggressive and not being able to put those on other things, but the fact that they can also translate that into objectives, whether it be Turtle, whether it be Lords. And there are moments where Jana, he's actually able to steal them away and turn the entire game around. So these are things that honestly Rebellion Zion need to worry about, right? That fact, and the fact that somehow they need to be able to shut down Beloyski as well.
Also, it shows that perhaps they have a very scary setup during that turtle fight, right? They managed to gain more ground in that early turtles, and it made perhaps the opponents that to hesitate to commit, or perhaps they were the ones who do not have the better setup. And of course, it just opens up Jana to claim more turtles again. Begs the question, Rebellion, what are you going to do? Are you going to contest, or are you looking for compensation?
Yep, we're just going to go into the draft straight away. Rebellion, they're banning the glue even though they like the glue. Interesting playstyle here, interesting drafting from Chico. As you said, Eterna, this guy is really good at drafting. We're going to see how Reno will respond. The last ban is on their side here.
Ooh, this might be a mistake, right? Because literally every team that goes against GEEK bans out the Natalia. This is a very risky play. Rebellion Zion, though, they're known to be able to counter really just power picks, right? We've seen them let the Kadita go, give it to the hands of Godiva, and they were able to work around it. Maybe that's the exact same that they are trying to say, but for GEEK SLATE, they're also actually leaving a really important hero open for Suelo, which is the Yve. And last time around, Aura Fire made the mistake of letting the Yve go 2 times in a row where they lost 2-0. So we'll see here what Rebellion Zion they're going to prioritize here. Are they going to prioritize the Yve for Suelo, or are they going to go for a Fredrin? But the answer is the Kaja.
Kaja opened up again. Chico, he really likes to prioritize with Janargo's hero, and of course GEEK SLATE will say, sure, let me take the Fredrin, and perhaps to accompany the Fredrin, they actually might go for that. I don't know. I personally see a boy go for the Valentina pickup.
I like the antics from Chitera here, but it's gonna be
denying it away.
You're right. Instead of Suelo, it's gonna be Yi for a boy here, most likely, and Rebellion. I think they have an option to pick that Kadita if you want to combo it with Kaja with Divine Judgment, which is pretty much, you know, an insta-kill. But we're gonna see a player head-to-head from Chitera in highest. As you can see here, the stats are showing it's on Chitera's side, which makes sense. Of course, they're higher in the standings, but a stat that interesting to me before that is team fight participation. Kadera 66%, highest 55%. What does that tell you, Connie?
Yeah, of course, he's more active, right? GEEK SLATE, they really want to fight. They have more KDA total, so that's why Kadera has that more team fight participation. But let's take a look at the Claude ban and Grok ban.
Where is my target?
Where will this go, right? Kaja and Grok quite flex, and of course, GEEK SLATE will have that Natalia pick up for grabs.
Yeah, this is an interesting question, right? Because with the Grok and the Kaja pickup, who and where is going, you know, that's what I mean, right? But maybe the Grok can be flexed into the EXP lane or the Kaja jungle. We haven't really seen it from Vincent just yet, but that just shows that flexibility potential that Chico is trying to execute onto GEEK right now. Because for the side of GEEK, we're pretty sure where everyone is going to go, except maybe the Fredrin. But then again, we don't know Matt's hero pool. We've only seen him get a lot of success on the Lapu Lapu. Maybe that's going to come out here in the second phase of the bans. And we'll see here. GEEK already responded with a Lunox ban. Maybe perhaps picking up that highs can also use that, as well as a flex onto Suelo as well. A very quick response here, GEEK with the Kadita ban.
Wow, here, it's quite straightforward as well here from Reno, the coach. In the second phase, they're really trying to force Suelo on a uncomfortable, unconventional hero here with the Yve pickup, with the Lunox pickup, and as well as Kadita. Perhaps they might even take Valentina away to give to Kadera, but no, they're going to pick up an Arlet here, potentially for the side of Matt.
Oh my god, this is interesting. I don't think we can rule out that Kaja might also go to the jungle area. It's not really conventional, but as you can see earlier, Kyrie pulled it off. Even though there is no joy, there's no fun, there's no target that's coming at you, it does work sometimes with Kaja as long as you execute it perfectly. But in this case, Rebellion, they don't have a mid laner possibly and a jungler. So Rebellion, they have to show their cards earlier than GEEK here. Meanwhile, GEEK still doesn't have that gold laner in their hand.
Lilia?
Lilia might...
I think Lilia's the safest pick here, right? Because you're going against Natalia. I don't know, Suelo's used Julian before. It's very 50-50. I don't really like it. I really do like the Lilia much better, and so the Lilia is going to come through as well as the Yuzong. Definitely something that they can use to disrupt the backline as well. And in lane against the Arlet, how does that work here?
Against Arlet, right? I still favor Yuzong just because of the lifesteal and a quick pick there. It's going to be Kadera on that Brody. So it's going to be confirmed that Fredrin will fall to the jungler position. But take a look at the audience prediction here.
Okay, this might be a very, very lopsided. If you take a look at it two seasons ago, this might not be the case. But right now, GEEK SLATE, they found a lot of support from their fans, especially from Filipinos. They have ONIC, they have Jenna Cutie, of course. They're gonna also perform in this match, and they're gonna be one of the most important players here. But we're gonna see which composition, which lineup will prevail in this match. Connie Eterna.
We'll have to see, right? Well, let's take us to Land of Dawn.
All right, we'll see. Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls, going against the Geeks here in a best of 3. Let's enter the portal for game number 1 between Rebellion Zion and GEEK SLATE.
Ooh, so it's gonna be a Grok in the jungle. As I said earlier, we can't really rule out this Grok going to the jungle also, but it's pretty interesting, right? Because Lilia chooses to go help this red buff take instead of just taking the mid control against a Youth, which I think it's pretty good plan, right? Because you wanna try to deny all of the XP is available from that mid lane, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, Beloyski is doing work.
Yeah, I mean, quite straightforward action here. Beloyski, from the get-go, will occupy that gold position here, trying to give pressure, extra pressure that Highs need to take care of, which forces Wijanarko to rotate bot side as well. Let's see though, spell-wise, Highs and Suelo will be on that sprint, but other than that, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Ooh, you can see a lot of pressure already been put from Beloyski and Chatera, but I think they should have just let go Highs by his own. Even though it's gonna be a real hard lane against Natalia and Brody, it's pretty much a very, very losing lane. I just want to see them to actually find some room, find some gold somewhere else in the map aside from that gold lane, because before he gets that Demon Hunter's sword, you know, it's pretty much useless to actually funnel for the Claude or give a lot of gold to the Claude. I think you just let go of the Claude and trying to find some room for yourself. But oh my god, the Beloyski.
Oh, he actually might get taken down here with 3 members. Also the wild charge as well. First blood gonna go to the hands of Rebellion Zion here onto Vincent, being able to take Beloyski down. Close call, nice try, but Rebellion Zion, they were still able to sniff that particular pick out.
They were able to strike first, and take a look at Beloyski already with the aggressive movements, even with that Natalia, but with Kaja, with Lilia, they were able to sniff that out. You're right, but let's see the turtle take.
Yeah, real world manipulation already opened up here. Gonna be able to zone Wijanarko away. Cars goes into the Black Dragon form, but Jana Cutie gonna be able to secure it with the retribution. A force flicker onto a boy here as Cars a little too aggressive as Vincent goes in for the wild charge onto 3. Not much of a follow-up, as it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, a boy for Cars.
Ooh, missed opportunity there from Rebellion, knowing that they have more pressure towards the turtle because they have Vincent, right? With the wild charge, you can pretty much secure that easier than Jana Cutie with the Fretrin. But Beloyski!
Yeah, here comes Beloyski, but High still able to get out. With the BMI, Wijanarko now going to be able to perhaps find some bearings onto Beloyski, forcing him to retreat and recall from a safer distance.
A very good early game here from both teams. I gotta give it to GEEK SLATE and Rebellion here. Beloyski so proactive. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion with the notorious Natalia pick. In the early game, it seems like they have a game plan and they're able to somehow withstand and just keep that Natalia out of play for most of the times. Well, up to this point, at least. But Beloyski once again.
Real world manipulation. Suelo forced to use the black shoes as well to get out of the damage. Beloyski not there, but Vincent goes in for the wild charge onto 2. And the boy is going to get taken down. And Vincent just being a huge nuisance here in the early game. Being able to get a lot of pickups on the board as well. And frankly, it's a little difficult for GEEK SLATE to look for any openings.
Oh, you can see the Grok doing work already, but Wijanarko might be in trouble. Beloyski just gives out a lot of pressure, even though it doesn't really translate to kills, but the pressure is there. The pressure is always there, forcing the opposing teams to actually recall without, you know, just giving out pressure to them instead. But what I want to talk about is, this is why Grok should, I think, be prioritized in a lot of teams out there aside from Rebellion, because it's a flex pick. It works against everybody. It works against any kind of CC, and you can see it can also be played really, really well in the jungle by Vincent.
Oh, Beloyski gonna get taken down there with Wijanarko being able to get the Divine Judgment. You can see here Cars already opening up the Black Dragon form as well, but Jana Cutie is also going to be able to get the Retribution first. Rebellion doing such a great job of zoning GEEK SLATE away out of all the neutral objectives. Jana gonna put some damage onto Wijanarko here in the mid lane. but it's not going to amount to much. Rebellion Zion, it looks like they're going to be able to not control that early game.
There's a reason why Jana is number 2 in the turtle take, right? That contest was crucial, and it sets them up for a perfect turtle. But take a look at top side.
Real world manipulation once again here. Car's going to get taken down by Matt in the top lane. Another good pickoff as he's going to be able to win that lane and translate that pressure over onto the other lanes as well.
So far, it's not much of a gold lead from GEEK SLATE. They also have 2 turtles so far from Jana Cutie, just outplaying Vincent by a lot in the red division area. But Jana Cutie going in.
Very aggressive here. Jana going to be able to get away though with Janarko with the conceal. It doesn't amount to much just yet. No one gets picked off, but you can see the aggression coming in from both of these teams. As Beloitsky though in the bottom side, Heis is able to get out. He sniffs that play from Beloitsky and Chidera as well.
Very good reaction, right? Game sense, stunning. But it seems like now GEEK SLATE, they're not going to commit on towards any play just yet. They are still leading in that turret though, so we might see a more active GEEK SLATE here in the coming minutes, especially in the next 20 seconds. Rebellion will have, well, the last turtle will spawn, and taking a look at the items, they're more than ready here. Brody opted for a Malefic Roar first item. It seems like he just wants to penetrate highs here, combined with Natalia. That's massive, but take a look here.
Oh, look at that aggression from GEEK. Right now, Vincent still able to get some damage onto Jana, but look at the damage protruding back on to them as well. Did they steal the buff?
I don't think so. I think...
Okay, Vincent still was able, so... Man, GEEK SLATE, they're being as aggressive as ever. As High's now already pressured here by Beloitsky. Is he gonna get the kill? The answer is no, but you can see literally zero map pressure whatsoever for Rebellion. It seems like Suelo is gonna get taken down though. A bit of a mistake. He wanted to punish Beloitsky in that top lane. It's not gonna go well for him. Meanwhile here, Narco is actually gonna be the one to secure the turtle. Finally, a neutral objective on point here for Rebellion Zion. Denying it, stealing it away from GEEK SLATE.
I wouldn't say on point because Romer is the one who takes it, but a turtle is a turtle anyway. But Jana Cutie very, very aggressive, knowing that, you know, there's a lot of pressure, and Cars going in with the Viewer's Dive and the Petrify doesn't really get him with that knockup, but still going in doesn't really translate to a turtle, which Narco just at the right time, at the right place, just taking the turtle.
Yeah, I think it was pretty on point because of the fact that Rebellion Zion was at least able to get that neutral objective right. For sure, it's not the best situation, not the best scenario. You'd want that to be able to be taken by Vincent, but the fact that they were able to get at least something in the early game before GEEK SLATE starts to snowball is already a little win. As you can see here, Hyde already has a golden staff, but oh my god! Suppress goes in and Beloitsky gets taken down. And this is Rebellion Zion finally having a voice here in the early game.
Oh, I expected this sort of gameplay from Rebellion Zion earlier. Now we're entering the mid lane. Take a look at the turrets as well. They lost to top and bottom. So again, not much room to play around with from the side of Rebellion Zion. But GEEK SLATE, what an early game. I thought it was even, but after that turret collapse top side, it was just all GEEK SLATE. Almost though, almost they got the perfect turtle. Props to Janarko denying that away, and now it's just a reset. GEEK SLATE though, with this 1,000 gold lead, they might able to translate it to more here. Cars, well, Highs needs to be careful. Fortunately for side of Rebellion Zion, he has yet to be picked off.
So far, Janarko has been read by GEEK SLATE really, really well. Not a lot of pickoffs from this Kaja, which it's really bad for you in the early game. But right now, top lane, Cars might be in trouble with Beloitsky, and there is there.
Oh no, but with Janarko Highs, Vincent, they see this coming. They're gonna actually help him out here. Already the suppression onto Beloitsky is gonna get taken down first again. And Rebellion Zion, now they have the man advantage if they want to go for the objective, which is the Lord here in the 9th minute of the game. A boy opens a real world manipulation, Hides with the blazing duet as well as to the backside. Hides still able to get away for it now, but Vincent goes in for the wild charge into the back line. A boy gets cancelled here, but Max is going to be able to take Suelo down. 1-for-1 trade for the moment. Jana trying to put some damage onto Vincent, still able to get away for now. Cars still going to be able to kite away as well. And that is a 1-for-1 trade. And the Lord still untouched by both of these teams. But it looks like GEEK SLATE, they want to go for more. Matt gonna be able to zone the two members away, dealing some damage onto Wichanako and Cars, forcing them back. And if they can, GEEK SLATE, it looks like they're in a clear to get the Lord, as Vincent is still quite far.
Textbook GEEK SLATE, right? What they did was they were somehow bait Beloyski in a very vulnerable position, and Rebellion Zion, they took that bait. They committed on towards a roamer, but the positioning from GEEK SLATE, they were ready to re-engage. And take a look at the re-engage. They lost a roamer, but they got more value and they got more kills as well. Taking a look at the items, again, Wind of Nature, second item for Gadara. That shows respect here. So Malefic, Wind of Nature, and now he is on his way towards BOD. So it's gonna be scary here. GEEK SLATE, they might close it out early.
We'll see here what happens. You can see that the side of Rebellion Zion is gonna be able to chunk the Lord down. Not being able to get too much on the board with how defensive Rebellion Zion are positioning, but GEEK SLATE, they're looking to put some pressure on the other side lanes. You can see Beloyski's positioning in the bottom lane, and GEEK SLATE also kind of pushed the tempo here in the mid side. So far, nothing too fancy just yet.
Interesting, right? Beloyski is the one who actually goes for the split, trying to clear out the lanes instead of the EXP winner in Matt. So they kind of want to just catch RBL off guard when Beloyski's not there, and Matt still having that pressure, that final slash to actually help in the team fight, help in the 5v5, and I think that's the best play for here for GEEK SLATE.
We'll see again here. It seems like though, GEEK SLATE, they are in a very comfortable position. Take a look at Natalia. It's what they did against RRQ Natalia already with the split push method here. So it's very, I guess they want to replicate that fact, but Rebellion Zion, will they be able to read that out? Seems like Highs will have the orange buff, so let's see here. What will they be able to do?
Oh no, Beloyski gets found out, and you can see here, Highs as well as Rebellion Zion gonna be able to take him down once again. Already a 250 stat onto Beloyski, but that's just Beloyski being Beloyski, right? I mean, he's able to put pressure on several side lanes and do that much. Even though he gets taken down, it's not a problem if he can have the impact in the game.
Oh, now I look like I don't know what I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm saying, because Beloyski got punished right away after I said that. So that's the minus of having Natalia on the opposite side of the map, on the weak side of the map. You can see Wichanako reads that perfectly and trying to get Beloyski off the map. 2-5-0 so far. It's definitely not looking good for someone that's notorious for his Natalia, Connie.
That's a usual stat though for Beloyski.
But I guess, yeah, I mean, if we really want to look and really think about it, right? He managed to gain more ground, and take a look at the gold lead. For now, it's okay. Perhaps later we'll have to see, but I do see your point, but let's see. Rebellion Zion, they're somehow still holding on here, even though they lost 3 structures already. Top side, inner and outer turret has been taken down, so things are not looking good for their side, but actually, team fight-wise, it is rather 50-50.
Jana Cutie, RBL Vincent has the advantage so far in the Straight Division battle because of the wild charge, but Jana Cutie has been prevailing much more in this match, especially getting 2 turtles for it. But right now, Beloyski is the one on the big side of the map.
Yeah, honestly, in the situation, I don't think Vincent has the upper hand. I think Jana has the upper hand. He's 15, level 15, and Vincent's only level 13 right now. He should have more damage when it comes down to that Retribution battle. So Rebellion Zion, if they want to play this, they're really going for a risky 50-50, even worse than GEEK SLATE. And you can see here, Rebellion already putting some damage as the suppression goes through. Petrify as well, and Matt is going to be taken down. But before that, he's going to put some CC on it to Highs as well. Beloyski in the backside, taking Highs down. And that is the perfect member to shut down. But look at this, a 2-for-1. Beloyski, Matt for Vincent and Highs. But this means Rebellion Zion, they have no source of retribution. GEEK SLATE, they're going to try and put some pressure on to Rebellion, try to zone them away as they want to go in full commit on to the Lord.
That is why you need to ban Beloyski out. Well, Natalia out here. Beloyski, the positioning that he sets up, perfect, right? Gets the right target as well. Highs, luckily as well, for side of GEEK SLATE, they struck gold, taking down Vincent, and now with this Lord push, Enhanced Lord, they might perhaps just open more base here. Just crack open the base of the Rebellion Zion and take a look at the items already. Glowing one, Ice Queen one for Yves. No Enchanted Talisman. Why? He understands that he doesn't necessarily need to spam his skill. He just wants the utility when he pops that real world manipulation, and it worked. Take a look at his assists already. I mean, he's at 2-2-3. But right now, Lord is going in into that.
Yeah, it seems like the real world manipulation is actually already opened up here. Vincent gets caught a little bit. He gets a little bit of damage onto him as well with the torn apart memory being popped up by Chidera. He's forced to get back, but not much was taken there, but the inhibitor turret was. So Rebellion Zion, they live to fight another day. Minimum casualties so far here as GEEK SLATE continue to push the tempo in all these 3 lanes.
3 kills different for Rebellion and GEEK SLATE. Rebellion having the advantage on that pick-off potential in Kaja, and it has been working, but the thing though, it doesn't work in a 5v5 situation. As you can see earlier, even 4v5 when Bolowski is not there, GEEK SLATE is still winning the team fight. I wonder why that's the case, but a boy right now actually picking up a roaming item.
What it says is, of course, they need gold, right? That's why he picks up a roaming item here. But let's see here. It seems like GEEK SLATE, they're hovering around the jungles of Rebellion Zion, baiting out and as well as looking for openings for a fight.
Yeah, look at the positioning coming in from Bolowski already, right? But I think now at this point, Rebellion Zion have started to pick up on it perhaps, which kind of shows why Kars was positioned in that bush, just in case GEEK SLATE want to go for a flank with Natalia. Rebellion Zion, they're going to be able to be quick to catch that up. But Gani, in-game items here in the 16th, almost 17th minute with GEEK SLATE with a 5,000 gold advantage.
Let's see here. 2 DHS from the side of GEEK SLATE, right? From Brody, from Natalia. So the tanky members, especially with Janarko, Kars, and Vincent, they will feel the damage coming from their side here with Brody. And combined with the penetration item, that Malefic Roar, plus physical attack item, it's going to be more than, I guess it's going to be overwhelming for them to somehow withstand. Though, with Janarko, collected fleeting time already. Do note that he has not been taken down yet this game, so I guess impact-wise, he has impact, right? 6 assists, but honestly, Flicker Divine Judgment, I don't see it very often.
Yeah, you don't really see it very often because GEEK SLATE has been reading Janarko's movement really well, especially in the early game. But right now, Bolowski, a lot of his route has been blocked, and he's going in the mid, trying to get to the mid push. But again, Janarko also responding really well. They are responding very well here. Bot side is quite neutral.
Oh my god. Look at the damage, right? The DHS doing its work. Kars.
Yeah, but that's already some information that Chidera's already used. The torn apart memory. Kars goes in to zone out and make this a little messy, but GEEK goes in for the wild charge. Vincent on to 3, but a boy gonna be able to counter engage with the real world manipulation there in the backside. Bolowski goes in for the front side, trying to get damage. And Heist, he gets taken down. A beautiful play by GEEK SLATE. Kars, Vincent, Heis, all of the 3 members taken down. GEEK SLATE, they have won the team fight, and they don't even need the Lord at this point. Janarko Suelo already forced to the Black Shoes as well. Matt's trying to do some damage, and he gets taken down in the hands of Chidera. 4 members standing strong, striking, knocking onto the base. And you can see that Janarko has no say in this. All he can do is clear the lanes.
No minions.
But no minions, you're right. Janarko is actually, he successfully defended it. Janarko with the clearing onto the creeps. But he's gonna just prolong the inevitable for just a bit longer. We'll see.
Yeah.
Can Vincent do it? But the answer is a no. At the end of the day, GEEK SLATE with the plays gonna be able to take Rebellion down and lead the series 1-0.
Rebellion, how dare you not ban my Natalia? That's what Bolowski is trying to say, but right now, they're just profiting off that pick really well. Even though the Kyrie doesn't really show it, Gani, he's been doing work, applying pressure to all of Rebellion members, forcing them to recall, forcing them to not get gold and setting up. My goodness, this guy's a monster.
This guy is definitely a monster, and well, it was just a textbook win from GEEK SLATE. Why do I say this? Because they leave Natalia open. And of course, Beloyski will definitely capitalize that fact. Unfortunately, I opted for Rebellion, but it seems like their game plan just... the game plan that I expected, I didn't see it from the early game. And GEEK SLATE, they were able to just steamroll and capitalize, especially after the mid-game. After the third turtle, I believe it was them. They gained more turrets, more proactive, and game 1 goes to the Geeks.
I think the key for GEEK SLATE so far, as you can see the 5v5 team fights, there's been a lot of instances where Rebellion going in with all of the resources available, Black Dragon form, just going into the wall charge. But the thing is, after they bait all the resources, GEEK SLATE perfectly disengages and going in with that real-world manipulation, which is really perfectly placed by Swalo a lot of times. And I think Beloyski going in from just flanking everywhere after all the resources are not available is definitely the key for them to win this match.
I think the counter engage, like you mentioned, was really on point there for GEEK SLATE in particular, because I think you mentioned in the game, right, you didn't see a lot of Flicker Divine Judgments, but the fact is he did use it, but onto the frontliners. And the problem is, as soon as he was able to get the Divine Judgment, let's say onto a member like Luke, or even just anyone, just
Matt.
any
It's
frontliner.
Matt.
Oh yeah, Matt. Sorry, Luke is just so signature to me for GEEK SLATE. Yeah, Matt. And the problem is, because he wastes that resource on to Matt, there's nothing left for them to work with, because from the side of Geek, they have a lot to work with. Like you mentioned, the real world manipulation gets popped up as well, Arlet goes in, and it's just a disaster. Their resource allocation wasn't enough for them to engage first, and then GEEK SLATE were able to capitalize over that fact.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely able to capitalize on a lot of not just mistakes from the side of Rebellion, but they were able to force Geeks Rebellion to make that mistake. It was quite a relatively okay game. I mean, not so long, but not so short as well. 19 minutes were the time for game 1. Total kills very close, 11-10. But the difference maker is, of course, personally for me, apart, of course, from Beloyski, is Jana. He was able to just withstand the pressure, the soak in the damage as well. Plus, of course, he was able to get that retribution most of the time, if not most, right? Apart from Wijanarko's quote-unquote steal, he got all of the neutral objectives.
Yeah, Jana Kyuri, I think the unsung hero of this match. KD doesn't really show it. 106, it's pretty good for jungler, especially when you're a utility jungler. But Jana Kyuri, even though other instances where he's really useful, aside from the objective takes, is when, you know, a lot of members from Rebellion is trying to go in, trying to deal damage towards GEEK SLATE's backline, and the cover that this guy has is insane. We can see a lot of instances when High's going in with the Blazing Duet, just cancelled right away with the Sun, with the knockup, Eterna.
You're right.
And it does seem like in game 1, it was actually GEEK SLATE showing a strong performance, convincing one, you know, suffocating their opponents. Remember, total kills, it was very close, but if you take a look at the map, right, the turrets, it was one-sided here. So post-game, take a look, right, Kadera and Aboy. So 2 members will share 4 categories here from each side. 2 Geeks, 2 Rebellions. It's going to be Kadera and Aboy taking the rich guy and the carry. Meanwhile, Wijanarko and Vincent will take the Sandbag and Forgotten One. Take a look at the damage to tower. Very significant here. 27,000 if you compare it to 4,000. Rebellion Zion, they weren't able to shove their waves. They weren't able to play around any lanes. And that's going to be a problem if they don't repair that ASAP entering game 2. They need to find a proper game plan here because honestly, Kaja, Grok, and as well as Lila, they're very strong in the early game and can withstand the power of Natalia, quote-unquote, which we saw. Natalia getting picked off very early multiple times, but after that, then what? No play. They didn't go to commit to in any lanes, and it's just very, it's just very passive, it seems like, from the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, as you said, Connie, I feel like the Kaja pick has become very underwhelming. There's a lot of counters. In this case, it's Natalia. I wouldn't say it's a counter, but you can see a lot of Kufras, you can see a lot of Katira or Atlas, but the gold curve, Goni, look at this. Not much threat at all. It's just A-okay for the full game for GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, it seems like it's just one side here. The gold just falls on towards the GEEK SLATE, even though multiple times, you can see 3 times, it got spiked there towards the north side, but no clear control were able to be given towards the side of Rebellion Zion. They weren't able to take that. And I guess the side of, I don't know, highs didn't really pop off even after the DHS and Golden Staff.
Yeah, you're
Not
right.
much of impact gold lane, especially after it was 19-minute game, but Claude was irrelevant, immaterial in that game.
I feel like Chidera was able to snowball from that early game, right? Because
sure.
Brody is going to be a good lane for himself against the Claude
Natalia
before
too.
that level 4, right? But the problem was, as soon as level 4 hit, there wasn't much of an impact because of how much pressure the Natalia had in that particular lane. And you can see that actually being able to be translated over the other lanes. So basically, GEEK SLATE in this game, they were able to play around that winning lane, which was Chidera, and you see him really pop off. And that is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series here. Chidera on the Brody, 303 KDA, a GPM that's not really overwhelming. You can even say it's underwhelming, a 600 for a gold laner and 55% KP. But the fact was, other than that, right, the impact that he had, Chidera was able to roam around the map, put pressure, get these side lane turrets as well. And that's really the impact that GEEK does. Like, their KDA, it means nothing, honestly. Beloyski, he can get picked off 10 times in a game, and you can't even say for sure that GEEK SLATE is losing because of that map impact that they have that cannot be converted and seen through numbers.
And again, it's just this, even from the items, right? He built Wind of Nature second item. That just shows respect, the amount of respect that potentially Highs can give. With that Wind of Nature, it adds more sustainability. And let's see here what happened detail in game 1. Early game, we saw the first blood goes to the side of Rebellion, but then what? 0 plays whatsoever with the Flicker Divine Judgment in hand by Wijanarko. Unfortunately, this game, sure, Vincent managed to find a couple of pickoffs, but it was after the top side collapsed. It was all GG. Rebellion, they weren't able to find any good plays, quote-unquote, here. Only pickoffs, a few pickoffs on towards Beloyski. But yeah, again, it's just on towards Beloyski here. Almost none, 0 players other than Beloyski here, apart from Matt. But take a look here. Beloyski with the timing there. Finding, again, the right target. Jumping on towards Highs. And that is just more than enough momentum to build. Highs here, again, being the target, Beloyski being able to deliver that execute on towards this guy. It's a very favorable turret for the side of GEEK SLATE, and this was the defense from quote-unquote Wijanarko. Almost is never enough, and this is why almost they were able to somehow defend that turret, base turret, but nope. Of course, Rebellion, they need to suffer that first game loss.
Oh man, do you think in the bigger picture the Lilia pick was a mistake? I know that it's the safest pick. Like, it doesn't die very often, especially when you have that black shoes, you have that spells in your arsenal to make you able to get away. But the fact that it does nothing towards the Brody, it does nothing towards the damage dealers of GEEK SLATE in Apoy, in Chidera, is also a problem.
Well, to be fair, right? To be fair, Brody was last picked, right? So you can't really somehow predict or somehow.
That's also true to other marksmen, though. It's not just Brody.
Well, maybe, but let's see here. I think, though, the mistake, well, not the mistake, but what perhaps Chico can do is check Indomaret out.
Yeah, Indomaret.co is the loyalty membership app to get the maximum benefit and the best deals through every purchase in Indomaret. By becoming Indomaret.co member, you could get points for every purchase, exclusive great deals for members, and even free products or special merchandise and presents. You can download the app or be a member. Always use Indomaret.co, as you can see here in the stage. You can also check it out here. There's a lot of benefits that you can get from just joining Indomaret point code, you can also get diamond for your Mobile Legends account, which is pretty much killing two birds with one stone.
That's all we say around here. Killing two birds with one stone. It seems to be the way to go. But going back to my point, right? I mean, very, very good approach from the side of GEEK SLATE. They were able to somehow force Swalo on that Lilia Y. They picked up the Eve themselves. In the second phase, they banned out the mages, right? Sure, perhaps they can pick up the Valentina, though. Which is the question, why didn't they pick up the Valentina?
Maybe they didn't pick it because they don't have... Oh no, actually they have a good phone for that. Have you not heard of anyone saying, "Good game, well played" to you, or flexing your victory on social media lately? That could be a sign that you need to switch to a new phone. Let me introduce you to the latest Samsung phone that has awesome performance for all of you awesome gamers out there. It's a Galaxy A series 5G, which includes the Galaxy A34 5G and A54. The specs are no joke, Connie. Will make your gaming experience even more enjoyable. The RAM is up to 8 gigabytes. The memory is up to 256 gigabytes. The screen is Super AMOLED, plus with a refresh rate up to 120 Hz. The processor is Exynos 1380, and it's so ready, and it's 5G ready. The battery is 5000 mAh eternal, so you can basically play it the whole day without charging.
Yeah, basically never charge.
Yeah.
It's never charge. I can go from epic to mythic glory, 8,000 points without charging. That is what it means. And don't forget, it's not just that, right? The point is this camera is so good as well, right? Quad camera, the megapixels up to 50 as well, with optical image stabilization and nightography. So you can make the best content even in the dark. And don't forget, it's also water resistant.
Wow, that's cool, but it must be very expensive, right?
Oh, maybe. But that's not the case, Connie. The price is starting from 5 million rupiah or 499,000. You can also get an awesome deal up to 1 million rupiah, including cashback of 300,000. So what are you waiting for? Check it out on samsung.com/ID and grab the Galaxy A series 5G before you regret it.
That's so affordable. I cannot.
So affordable. It's so awesome.
Yeah. It is. Galaxy A series, awesome performance made for you, awesome generation. Galaxy A series 5G, awesome is for everyone, Eterna. You can also be awesome, like me, Eterna.
I am awesome. Thank you, though. But what's
You're not
awesome is the game recap here, which was GEEK SLATE being very awesome. And the thing is, I think in this position, right, GEEK SLATE was able to outdraft Rebellion. This is something that I can rarely say, but Chico, just plain and simple, he got outdrafted. He let too many prior heroes go, and it wasn't very respectful for the side of GEEK. Natalia was left open. You leave something out like the Eve as well. Swalo wasn't appreciated in the early stages of the game as well, and they just really need to rethink that early point. I don't know, does Rebellion Zion perhaps want to swap sides, maybe with GEEK SLATE, take the second pick instead?
Let's see, right? But I do agree with you in the degree of, well, not in the degree, I do agree with you, they need to prio Swalo's hero. As we know, from the data early on, it was actually Eve #1 picked for the side of Rebellion. So there you go, the switch. GEEK SLATE will have the first. Rebellion, though, they will have the second. Let's see, GEEK SLATE, will they be able to somehow clean sweep with the 2-0, or will Rebellion have a say in game 2?
Where's the Natalia ban, Rebellion? Where's Natalia ban? Okay, they might be banning Natalia in the third ban here, the first base, but GEEK SLATE still respecting Swalo's hero in Eve and Fanny as well. Janakiri has been known, Vincent has been known to play this hero really, really good. It's a high mechanics up there. I wouldn't say as good as Kyrie, but I think it's up there in MPL ID. We can see a lot of Fanny players that's really good, but Vincent is definitely up there.
Yeah, sorry to go back to the topic about the Valentina, why it wasn't picked up. It was because it was banned in the first phase by Rebellion Zion themselves. So the only hero that he was left open with was the Lilia, and the Lilia isn't supposed to be a bad choice. The good thing about the Lilia is the fast wave clear. She is the fastest clearing mage in the game right now, and the problem wasn't the Lilia pick, but what they were able to do with the Lilia pick, which was basically nothing. So Glue banned out here for the side of, by the side of GEEK SLATE, and Rebellion Zion responded with the Sparsa. So if they want to, they can go ahead with the Natalia pick, but the 1-1
Oh yeah.
was forced to be left open. Very quick here, Rebellion with the pickup onto Valentina. They prepared that, gonna be able to secure a good kill for Suelo, and they respond with a Fredrin pick as well.
Okay, I was confused there. I thought it's gonna be Valentina for Geek and it's gonna be played by Chidera, but no, it's different sides here. But Paramis right away for a Paloy most likely. It's not gonna be for Paloy, but it's interesting. They have Valentina, they have Fredrin. They still picked off the Faramis knowing that the Cold Altar might get copied, but we also have a comment here from Paloyski. I think we want to beat Rebellion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, they're the only ones who have beaten us 2-0 this season, so I don't like that feeling against them. We will bring a new plan, and that new plan works wonders indeed, Eterna. Wow.
Yeah, for sure here. Now Geek though, they are gonna secure a different hero for Beloyski. Even though Natalia was left open, they're gonna choose the Franco instead. So they're going for a different type of gameplay here with the 1-1 and the Faramis as well. A little bit more sustained in those team fights, very pick-off centric as well. And Rebellion Zion, they have a chance now to go for a gold laner as well. But this has always been the debate, right? When someone picks up something like the 1-1, what do you go for? Do you go for the Lolita first for Regenarco? Do you go for the Iritel pick in the lane to be able to outlane her?
No.
It's a toss-up here going against the 1-1.
Well, it seems like it's neither here for side of Rebellion Zion. They opt for that Arlet. Again, Geek Slate, a different approach, right? Game 1, they got the Natalia on the money, right on the dot, but
protect you.
if it ain't broke, do fix it, it seems
banning.
like game 2. But Geek Slate will definitely ban out that Lolita, realizing again that, yeah, sometimes Lolita can cancel the Shuriken that 1-1 gives out, and will they ban the Iritel next is the real question.
I don't think so.
Shuriken?
It's not Shuriken, it starts. Like everything is a Shuriken nowadays. You also called Carrie's Speedy Light Will a Shuriken. That's not acceptable, Connie. But we can see here Geek, it is just pouring all the resources, pouring all of the bands towards this 1-1 pick. They want to play through Chidera, as you can see here. I kind of don't really like the Franco pick when I see it, but in this... Oh!
Wait,
Excuse me?
Wow.
if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Spicy.
If you can't beat him, join him. If you can't beat Natalia, you have to join the Natalia truck.
Aduh, oh my god.
Wow. I don't know if it's gonna
I think it's
work.
gonna be awkward if they actually lose, you know? They wanna prove that, hey, we can also play Natalia too, and it's effective. But in this case, you're up against one of the best Natalia in the world. Might be the best Natalia in the world, the only one that's pulling it. So far, it's still 100% win rate, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Geek Slate, they opted to go for a tank slot, most likely, and a Turritsta.
Yeah, things are not looking good here with the, I expect, the tank slot build, right? So, basically 3 tanks. Faramis can heal with the Call Alter. Well, not heal, can add more HP with the Call Alter. And 1-1 with the, perhaps the skill, the second skill can go out. Not silent, so Natalia, not a lot of options. But let's see here, Rebellion with the last pick. What will they go for? It seems like it's gonna be the Phobius.
Okay, so it's Valentina Gold. So Chidera has been playing that Valentina Gold so far. 4 matches and 100% win rate. Chidera and Heist is very similar, you know. Chidera playing Valentina. It's not the usual gold lane that you face. Meanwhile, Heist, known for his Lunox, known for his Pirate. But in this case, they actually pulled off the Valentina. So, Valentina, Natalia, I think they want to provoke Geek Slate.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken right now, the Valentina has quite a positive win rate, especially for Chidera there in the gold lane. But for Highs, not really sure how that's going to pan out. And I'm not too sure about the lane matchup between the Valentina and the 1-1 as well. I guess the Valentina should be able to deal the damage in the early game.
Oh, obvious gold? Wait, am I mistaking this? But we're gonna go into the portal for game 2 of Geek versus Rebellion. So yeah, I forgot the Phobius, so I don't think it's gonna be in the... Oh, it's actually a Valentina Gold, but we can see here it's gonna be a Phobius mid. Interesting approach for the side of Rebellion.
Wow, it's been a while to see Phobius Gold. I believe it was one of the culprits of Phobia's mid was Leon, perhaps back in season 10, if not season 9.
Yeah, that was a long time ago though, but in this case,
Yeah, we haven't seen that in so long.
Exactly. So of course this is gonna work against Jana Cutie and 1-1, especially in the late game, but yeah, I think this might work with Natalia too, just pouring in all the damage towards Cetera. There's not much peel, there's not much cover from the side of GEEK SLATE aside from that cold altar, so it brings a new problem for GEEK SLATE to solve.
Well, again, right, with the Jana with the retribution on towards the Lito, showing that he got the bragging rights here. Oh, Jana so good on the Lancelot already in the early stage, but it's gonna be a quiet, it seems like, quite early game. But Rebellion Zion, they need to be careful here. Swalo with the early flicker.
Oh, already some damage here on it to Swalo as well. Jana Cutie goes in for the damage, and he is forced to back off just a little bit there. They're going to be able to clear a lot faster there in the mid lane, and GEEK SLATE going to be able to get a little bit of an advantage here with the roaming situation. But the one thing that I really wanted to highlight is the fact that the Natalia pickup, right? A lot of people have tried the Natalia pickup, and they play it as if you play a Hilda, right? Hilda would go in and try to disrupt the assassin, and that's exactly what Godiva tried to do, and it failed horribly. It failed miserably. So we'll see the exact execution here from Wijanarko, because looking at the rotations, it's a lot similar to the rotations by Godiva back then as well. But looking here, Beloyski already forced to back away. Jana Cutie is going to be the center focus. He goes back in, but Vincent going to be able to secure the turtle. Swalo goes into the back line, doing some damage onto Jana Cutie. Beloyski goes down first, though, as the damage on to the members here. Swalo going to be the next one to fall. Matt buys a lot of time, but in the end, in a 3v1, it's a 1-for-2 trade, and Rebellion Zion, though, secure the turtle.
I really don't like the approach there from GEEK SLATE. Knowing that Koloiski has not hit level 4 yet, they actually try to force turtle teamfight, which also, even if Koloiski gets level 4, in terms of AoE, in terms of setting up for a big teamfight, it's gonna be real hard to actually use that to your advantage in taking the turtle.
It's not gonna look good here for the side of GEEK SLATE, actually. In the early game, Wijanarko needs to be careful here.
Okay.
Finally, almost. But yeah, Rebellion Zion, they got the mutual objective. They got the fight here. So I personally, again, expect them to be more proactive and not play passively like they did in game 1. Let's see though, GEEK SLATE, they seem to understand that that situation, and now they are slowing the tempo down.
Jana's falling behind in the jungle. His buff was taken face to face by Vincent. So in terms of that, in terms of the speed, it's not looking good, but Wijanarko goes in for a very aggressive play onto Judera, followed up as well by Swalo and Highs, and Vincent as well in the back line. You can see the damage coming through. Apoy forces the Cult Alter as well to be able to sustain a little longer into the team fight. But even then, Wijanarko doesn't get picked off. Apoy now caught in a bad situation. Shadow Stampede able to bring Swalo and Vincent back, but in the end, no trades, no kills for the side of GEEK.
Oh, they actually played it really safely, but again, Rebellion just has too much ganking potential in Wijanarko, in Haisu, and you can't really win against a Valentina gold lane. In this case, you are 1-1. It's gonna be real hard for you to lane, and I think this is what GEEK SLATE expected when they're going into the game. They expected to lose the early game because there's not much potential that you can have unless this 1-1 has items. You can per all the CC to make the 1-1 has the control tank.
Well, again, Rebellion from the early game, it seems like they were able to understand now. They do not play it passively. And top side, they got a kill, right? So it just favors them. And it was Kadera who was the casualty, so very crucial kill here. Again, neutral objective take now will fall to the hands of Rebellion Zion, but Jana, he wants some compensation here, it seems like.
He needs to be careful. Ooh, Jana Cutie actually gets the buff here, but Cars might be able to get him. Oh, Jana Cutie!
Oh, but the look hands! And it's gonna be Cars taken out of the board. A wonderful hook there by Beloyski to be able to get a kill. Some sort of momentum and compensation for GEEK here in the early game, realizing Rebellion were the ones to be able to control it. Shadow Stampede gonna bring back Swalo and Vincent, but unfortunately, that mid-side turret gonna fall.
Wow, Rebellion again. They understand, sure, they lost a member bot side, but they look for another objective. And the mid tower Mid outer will be taken down, and that's a huge blow for the side of the Geeks.
Right now, they're just trying to make sure that Chidera gets all the gold available. And Donna might be in trouble because Vincent bouncing up. Cars might be following.
He just keeps getting bullied, and it's so difficult. Donna QT has literally no say in his own jungle. He tries to deliver the same amount of invasion onto Rebellion, but every time he goes that, he gets punished severely. I mean, he's already a level below of Vincent there from Rebellion.
Yeah, 2 Clock of Destinies here for side of Rebellion for Phoveus and Valentina. So it's going to add magic power, but it seems like it's structure top side.
Okay, some damage already placed onto the members here. They're going to get taken down by Suelo. Beloyski's the next one to fall. Suelo is doing so much damage here. Kar's going to be able to take another person down. A boy falls, and Rebellion Zion pushing the tempo once again.
You can ask for a better team fight than that. 4v3 and you get all 3 members of GEEK SLATE in the top lane. And right now they're trying to set up for Toro. Jenna Cutie meanwhile getting all the buffs available for Vincent, trying to find compensation. But right now you can see Wichinarco also trying to actually get the turret and split. Interesting approach here by Jenna Cutie.
See here, will Donna find the steal?
Let's see. Donna Cutie already waiting in the bush, but no chance whatsoever here. Donna Cutie only forced to back away.
But it seems like now Rebellion Zion. Take a look at Suelo, that mid Phoveus. Up to this point is the X factor, right? No one expected Suelo to play that Phoveus. And take a look at Ardas. We're finally unanimous here in GEEK SLATE, but take a look at Rebellion. None of us saw that Suelo Phoveus coming.
Oh, interesting approach too. Another interesting thing is he actually opted for the flicker, which I don't know what's the actual purpose of that. I would prefer much more if he actually brings out a Purify, because once you pop that 2 crossbow tank mark, you can actually purify that stacks, purify that mark to actually reset it again for Chidera to make his life harder. But you can see here Rebellion just taking all the turrets available for GEEK.
Yeah, the hook doesn't land on the penalty zone, gets popped up, but nothing too fancy just yet. Called Alter going to be placed as well here, but look at this. Vincent, even though he was the front line, even though he was the main brunt of all the damage coming through, he gets out without even a scrape. At this point, GEEK SLATE, they are looking like they are in shambles. No clear source of damage and no clear target to put on the damage to.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it seems like Chidera here in this game, he is struggling to find the right farm here. But take a look at the emotes here. What do we have?
Ooh, there's a lot of emotes out there that you can use in your ranked games to trigger your opponents to actually be toxic. Nah, just kidding. You can also play all of them in this MPL season. There's gonna be a lot of good emotes there, especially for all the Indonesians out there who actually know the meaning. But so far, Chidera, this is the game plan, right? Just pour everything to Chidera, but it's not working, especially with Beloyski not really landing all the hooks that he has. So far, 1-1, picked 4 times, 3 times actually. This is the 4th time. 0% win rate, and right now might also still be 0% win rate by the end of this match, Connie. 99 bans. Do you think it's actually worth it to ban 1-1 that much?
I mean, for some teams, I feel like it's still a prio, but you're actually right. Even on my ranked games, I don't necessarily see 1-1 as a threat anymore. So perhaps they need to somehow adjust to that. As we can see here, Chidera still 1-2-0. So again, 0 impact, very irrelevant up until now. So I guess what they need to do here is just be patient.
I think it really depends, right? The problem was Chidera was kind of behind in that lane against Valentina. So she wasn't able to get her integral skill. She wasn't able to snowball as well. So the impact definitely not there. But if you give 1-1 a winning lane and she's able to get those items, you put it on someone like Brands, then still, definitely you want to take that off the board. Right now, the hook lands and Suppress falls as well onto the Phoveus, but he's still able to Winter Trinchen himself out of that situation. Called Alter forced to be placed. Vincent gets taken down. Donna Cutie looks in for more damage onto the members of Rebellion Zion, but that was a really good pickoff for GEEK. And if they want, they can actually go in for more.
What the heck happened there? It was Phobius that was pulled, but Vincent was to be the casualty. I did not understand, but Rebellion Zion, they still need to be careful here. Sure, they established a 8,000 gold lead. Beloyski here finally finding the right connection early on, but it's still them just struggling to farm here. Jana, 0 impact, I must say. Kadera as well, though. With that 200 extra gold, perhaps he now might make something.
This is the game plan, right? Just waiting until Beloyski lands the hook and just pop that Porcupine thing. But the thing is, when Sway Low and Heist might be able to buy that Winter Truncheon, Wichinarco can just pretty much iframe all the damage with the second skill of Natalia. It's really hard to actually connect all the crossbow tank damage towards all the members of Rebellion Zion. But in this case, Beloyski, there's got to be a lot of burden to bear.
Well, looking at the items, right, it's, yeah, 1-1. He opted for the Athena Shield, third item, of course, realizing the power from Sway Low. Also here, I do want to note that usually it's Kadera, right, playing the Valentina Gold. Take a look at Highs here, trying and displaying, somehow replicating Kadera's quote-unquote success with that Valentina Gold.
Okay, so interesting approach there from Jana Cutie, just trying to negate all of the pushes from the minions, opposing minions, just getting all the minions available for you to take here, because right now Rebellion Zion, they're just gonna freeze all the way until GEEK SLATE wants to go out. Because the thing is, when you go out, it's really hard to actually win a team fight for GEEK SLATE, because the turret as the threat is not there, and Rebellion Zion, they have a much better composition in terms of 5v5 team fights. They do fall in terms of damage though in late game, especially when you don't have a marksman. And yeah, that's the problem for Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, we'll see here. Again, the Lord has spawned. Highs though collected Winter's Truncheon. Extra survivability, perhaps, in his arsenal. And Kadera already here, mid number 12, given the orange buff towards his side here. Perhaps that might help him to be activated, right? But Rebellion Zion, weirdly enough, with the space that they got, okay, there you go. They committed on towards the Lord. Now we'll see here again, right? They need to push the 3 lanes here. They need to still be careful here on this Kadera. Why? That crossbow of Tang can be somehow a nuisance here if no Winter's Truncheon was active or not on cooldown.
Yeah, I can see here Rebellion Zion now. They've really been able to play around Suelo, right? Suelo already brought in the Oracle as well, so additional sustainability when he goes into the team fights, especially with the increased regen as well as the shielding. And they're very good at going to the back line, picking Chidera off or the other members first, and that's how they've been able to really win these team fights. And you can see here now Rebellion Zion already trying to siege into that mid lane. Suelo goes in for an aggressive play, but look at that charge and the follow-up has been so beautiful because Alter has going to be forced in by GEEK SLATE. You're going to deal the damage down as well. Suelo going to go into a boy as well, but the base is going to be the target. And that was just so clean. Rebellion Zion forced to game number 3, 1-1.
Finally, we have witnessed the creativity coming from Chico. And of course, in game 2, finally as well, for the players, they were able to implement and execute the coach's vision.
1-1-0-1-1. So the plan failed. The plan failed. Chidera wants to be the, I would say, sole carrier for GEEK SLATE, but again, what you said, it's a beautiful draft from Rebellion, just negating all of the potential coming in for that 1-1, pretty much stopping all of the maneuvers, all of the engaged potential for GEEK SLATE. With the Franco, you can only try to find a hook or just wait till Beloyski makes something happen. But in this case, when you have a lot of Winter Truncheon, when you have a lot of flickers and pretty much iframe towards 1-1 damage, it's gonna be real hard for you to actually snowball with the hero.
Oh man,
You know,
oh man.
When I look at the drafts, right, it feels like Chico baited GEEK to go
Somehow,
in,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I think they already somehow prepared
Yeah.
a very mature game plan, very stable game plan if the opponent picks up that 1-1, which GEEK SLATE, unfortunately, they got baited with that Suelo Phobius last pick. My goodness.
And it was so good, right? Because naturally, Phobius is the counter towards the 1-1. But the problem with the Phobius is he gets bullied when he's in one lane with 1-1, and therefore they had to force him into the mid lane. They couldn't put him in the EXP lane because of his survivability that was lacking. So that was actually a really brilliant adaptation. We haven't seen the Phobius being placed in the mid lane, but it really worked well. They were able to funnel a lot of gold onto him, and that's how Phobius wins. That's how Phobius is able to be the counter for a 1-1. He needs to snowball. He needs his items to be able to sustain the damage and also deal the damage as well. And it was just so brilliant by Coach Chico. Did not expect that.
A lot of creativity, a lot of layers to it, right? I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Kadira usually plays the Valentina gold, but it's let me copy, quote unquote, your game plan here.
Natalia too?
Given towards the Valentina gold and Natalia here. So Chico just taking every bits that is good and making a new composition.
Reverse Uno card.
I like where this is going, right?
Valentina gold here. Natalia gold here.
You can be over prepared for a hero, right? Joy, even though she's also one of the most OP heroes in this meta, Joy and 1-1, you can be over prepared and actually win games with those heroes available for your opponents. But we're gonna see item builds, Gani.
Well, it's faster, clearly here. Game time 13 minutes, almost 14 though. But yeah, it's a different. It's also dominant game, but total kill wise, it's far from close, right? 3-10. Earlier it was 11-10. Kadera 2-0. All 5 members here from the side of GEEK SLATE, they weren't able to find any plays, and Rebellion Zion, they were able to find just success here on the back of Suelo. Almost 100% KP there, 217. But yeah, I mean, props here towards Chico and the rest of the 5 members here copying, quote unquote here, the bits of GEEK SLATE's game plan and make it their own.
I like that Rebellion's gameplay, right? They know that GEEK SLATE needs to play passively, and they're not going for that crazy engages, even though the base is open, even though the base turret is up for the taking. They just want to wait for the Lord, freeze the lanes, and actually gets an instant where they actually can pour off all of the resources available to actually win the team fight when it matters. That's the point for Rebellion, right? It is.
It is actually, right? I mean, let's see though. It's 1-1 here. Last match when it went to 1, it was actually the team that won game 2, won game 3.
When's last time?
Last match.
Oh, okay, this day's match. Okay.
Today's match.
I was confused on what you're saying there, but of course, it's definitely a possibility. But I just want to say, Rebellion, if they actually pull off to manage to win, they can actually go for the upper bracket, it turned out, Connie. It's interesting, right? Because they're not really in the best position, but we can see here the stats for this game, Connie.
Almost a wipe for the category here. 3 members, though, will fall to the side of Rebellion. Heis, Vincent, and as well as Suelo. Meanwhile, a boy, it was a boy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
A boy soaking a lot of damage there. The mid laner, out of all people.
It is. That's actually surprising because, you know, usually it's the roamer,
like,
but in this case,
roamer,
Belowski,
EXP, but no, the mid lane.
Belowski needs to
the
play
damage.
passive.
Said a boy.
You're right.
And it makes sense because of his hero, right? Kind of.
Fairness.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess so. The stats said so. But my goodness, it's 1-1. We got a 3-game series.
Oh my god.
Very stable.
It's a very stable.
Wow.
And now it's leaning towards the side of Rebellion Zion. It's a one-sided game. No crazy spikes here during the cold curve. And taking a look at the even after the turtle, right? It's just all clean sailing. Rebellion Zion slowly but surely taking the neutral objectives here. All 100% retribution here for the side of Vincent. Different story from game 1. And again, Chana was irrelevant in this game,
yeah,
unfortunately.
There's a lot of viewers that's pretty much non-existent here. Matt too, like we don't see any kind of good penalty zone, and that I don't think that's his fault necessarily, because there's not much opportunity to actually go for, because you don't really have the resources available to actually win the team fight. Even though the penalty zone connects, there's just not much damage you can actually pour towards the opponent, Eterna. And this is the brilliance of Chico. He understands that in team fights, GEEK SLATE is pretty much, getting swept by Rebellion Zion.
Because I think, honestly, every time he goes in for the penalty zone, and if anybody follows up, they instantly just get bursted down by the damage. So there wasn't really much that he could do, like you mentioned. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is Suelo on the Phobius. And this has been a long time coming, right? So many people have doubted this guy, always saying that he's only been able to find success on the Eve. And here he is with a brand new hero, a Phobius of all heroes in that mid lane, and he gets this kind of stat, right? 90% KP, and that is huge. The impact he had definitely was visible. It was very difficult for the 1-1 to deal out the damage, or even a boy to position himself well because of that dive and that capability that he was able to have every time they go in for the team fights.
I mean, item-wise as well, very much respect, right? Winner's Truncheon, second item. Why? He understands he's facing up against a 1-1 here.
Yeah.
He wants to die with that demonic force, and if and only if that crossbow of Tang is triggered, then he instantly pops.
He won once.
He won once. He wants the 1-1 to go one
on him.
I don't understand what you guys are talking about. We can see the hit map here for Suelo with the Phobius. Yep, definitely very active.
I love
laner.
the graphs, right? Mid, top, bottom. Very, very good. Very active as a mid laner on this Phobius, but let's take a look at the highlights here. Well, if we're talking about the highlights here, it's clear cut here. In the first turtle, Rebellion, they struck gold with what? Taking 3 members down. Almost, they got 4 technically, right? With Matt taking down as well. And the turtle, so that's just a big gold buff there for their side. And this time around, they were able to play more proactively finally with Suelo in this hero. It seems like you're able to create more chances. Janna caught multiple times in the early, which led to just GEEK SLATE not having a voice in this game. After that turret top side taken down, again, it's just clear that Rebellion and Zion were the ones to have more control, to just stay poised as well. Rebellion, Zion, they're 6th place right now, so they're desperately also they need a win to just secure themselves in that spot. So let's see here what will happen in Game 3.
Yeah, before we're gonna see all those action in Game 3, after this we're gonna take a break for a second for us. See you guys on the 3rd game.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
Welcome back to our third match of GEEK SLATE versus Rebellion. Of course, 2 riveting matches, 2 domination matches. First game, it's not really that much of a domination, but in second game though, it's just a completely different story with Chico popping off in the draft stage. My goodness.
And it's interesting, right? Because I completely doubted Wijanarko's capacity on the Natalia because
Me
there
too.
have been so many moments when other roamers other than Beloyski pick up the Natalia and they don't find the same success. But Wijanarko played it differently and he was able to get that success. We saw even in that early game, Jana QT on the Lancelot, he should have been able to farm really quickly, but because of the rotations from Wijanarko, he was a level below already in that early game.
And it was just snowball after snowball. But one thing, Sheffin, that I can snowball with is perhaps with an app.
You can snowball your game with Dunia Games. You can get a lot of bonus, a lot of diamonds, a lot of vouchers after you buy... Wait, I got that wrong. You get a lot of quota after you buy a lot of in-game items in Mobile Legends from
There
Dunia
you
Games.
go.
And for those of you who want to play Mobile Legends, this is the good news.
Why?
As I said earlier, there's a lot of bonus that that they have. Watching your favorite team play, surely you want to play too, right?
Of course. But so this is the perfect timing, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
To
Right
check
now?
the promo right here, right now, for a promo from Dunia Games for you. Get up to what he said, 3 gigabytes of quota. Time to buy items.
Oh!
Oh my
Sorry.
God! I mid ad.
Okay.
I gotta stop here for this guy.
Luke,
It's Luke.
Luke Eternal, Luke Connie. It's gonna be Luke in the third game.
Yeah, it seems like Luke is going to be substituted in and Matt goes out. And that's actually a really strong showing by GEEK SLATE. Do they mean to say that perhaps Luke is the more versatile player in that EXP lane? And it kind of makes sense, right? Because honestly, in that previous game, GEEK was able to pick up the Terizla. And Terizla is one of the most dominant EXP laners other than Thamos, in my opinion. And he should have won that lane, but somehow, some way, they weren't able to capitalize over that. Remember, the 1-1 was a losing lane. They were betting their bets, their money on that EXP lane, but they weren't able to convert on that as well. So perhaps with Luke stepping in, it might become a different story for GEEK SLATE in game number 3.
But to be fair though, Eterna, it's really hard to lane against Arlott plus Natalia. So that's the bigger problem, I would say, in terms of 1v1 matchups. The pressure that Wijanarko gave to all the players from GEEK SLATE is just way too much. As you can see earlier, 4 players for GEEK SLATE built a steel leg plates. Even Terizla, even a boy. So you can see the respect from the potential damage from Wijanarko early game.
They need to expect that indeed. So let's see here with Luke. Will that that positive outcome continue here? Because with Luke, GEEK SLATE, they somehow are just unstoppable, right? Taking down RRQ. And with that in mind, let's see here. What will Rebellion or what will Chico draft in game 3? Will he add more creativity or will he go just for the conventional route?
Okay, so I want to have a question here. So why is Matt here in the first place?
Huh?
No, like, no disrespect to Matt.
He's playing?
Yeah.
What's the question? I don't understand. What do you mean?
Okay. Let me explain it to now. So, first game versus Rebellion in the first leg, they actually lost 2-0 with Matt on the lineup. Okay, so they bring out Matt in the second leg too, and they actually managed to get a win here, different from the first leg. But I think that would have been a much different story if Luke was there.
Perhaps they were somehow experimenting around, right?
That's kind of disrespectful, I guess.
I am the
You
power
can
of
put
light.
in whatever you want. But let's see here. I mean, perhaps Luke was feeling under the weather earlier. We never know. Rebellion will have the blue side here, and Geek Slate will have the red. It's going to be Valentina and Kaja here banned out, as well as 1-1 and Joy. So it seems like Rebellion now, they might go for the somehow the same approach here.
And so far, whoever's gotten second pick has been able to win the series, right? So perhaps with the possibility of more reactive picks, it might favor Geek Slate a little bit more, but it all depends on how they go about this first phase in the drafts.
Let's see, Rebellion though, we're close out the first phase with a finally Natalia ban here, so a totally different approach. But Geek Slate, they will also ban the Yve out, saying they know the data, Yve most picked, so they're just gonna ban it out.
Love it. Third ban from both of these teams are respect bans towards Beloyski and Swaylo. Of course, the one in game 1, Apoy is actually the one who's dominating with Yve. In game 2, again, Natalia is actually the one dominating for Witch and Arco. So it's very interesting. They're actually banning their quote-unquote power heroes in this particular match. So we're gonna see Rebellion, what option do they have right now? There's a lot of options. It's gonna be Fredrin, a very standard pick towards that jungle area. Might get flexed towards EXP, but so far 73 picks worth in this season. Crazy.
Glue? For
Gluck?
Geek?
Gluck?
Is
Well,
Glue going to appear here in the first phase? Maybe it's a little too early, not really sure. But
maybe, but if they want to pull off a Glue, they should have also picked the Faramis. So I don't know if they want to, I would say, invest 2 picks towards that Glue pick.
I don't mind that, honestly.
Yeah.
A boy has found a
True,
lot of success
true.
on the Faramis. We've seen him play to a lot of success. So with the Glue pickup, the Faramis does come through as well. And now Rebellion, they have to think about this really well. How are they going to do this, right? They need to be able to secure a good lane for the side lanes.
Valentina
You
ban.
think Valentina Claude?
Valentina
For
is already
sure,
banned.
Valentina, right? Against the Faramis.
Valentina ban.
Oh yeah, you're right, Chefin. Valentina
Man,
ban
so
out.
smart.
So Claude.
I think it's going to be Claude and Farsa because once you pick up the Claude, there's not going to be, I would say, in terms of the threat towards the backline, Claude is probably the only hero in the gold lane that actually works differently from other heroes. So Farsa is definitely the biggest threat there, but it's going to be Arlen instead of that Claude. Interesting.
Okay, with Arlet and Farsa now in the hands of Rebellion, begs the question here, will a Gluck secure, or Gluck already been secure, but it's going to be Brody, so it's going to be similar to game 1 here where Kadera finds success with that Brody. Geek Slate has found their identity and their playstyle.
They
have a solid macro, said Alge.
Yeah, pretty good compliment indeed from Age. One of the most, I don't want to say one of the best, but maybe one of the best coach in MPL ID. But we can see here they're trying to relieve off the pressure towards Jadera, trying to ban out all the, I would say, potential winning lane towards that gold lane.
Wait. Are you saying you're an EVOS fan, Chefin?
Nah. I mean, if they actually want to pay me to be a fan, then sure. But that's not the case. I move with money.
Okay. That's nice to know. Chefin is viable. But here in the second phase, a Rebellion, do they want to go for the top ban? Okay, so I don't know. Looking at the draft coming in from Geek right now with the bans as well, it feels like Geek, they want to play a fast game. They want to be able to get that early game with the Brody pickup as well as the Faramis, who's going to be able to roam and clear the mid lane rather easily and rather quickly. But now, Geek, are they going to ban out the Claude?
I think Harith
the Melissa
or Claude.
taken out already.
Harith is pretty famous for Heist. He's known to play those kind of heroes. Harith, Lunox. Wait, Lunox also works here because once you mount it by the split, you can also just pretty much shoo Lux away with Brilliance. So it's gonna be interesting what ban will come through for GEEK SLATE, or do they want to ban other heroes other than Caitlyn? It's gonna be Atlas. Pretty. I don't know about this, man, because they could have picked the Diggy too.
That's the question, right?
Nah, they can't.
What's that?
What, Diggy pick for Geek?
For Rebellion Zion.
For Rebellion? Or for Geek?
For Geek, I would say for Geek.
Okay.
I don't think that's Beloyski's style.
Yeah, it is. But when the situation calls for you, then you have to play this kind of heroes, right? Like I know that Beloyski is one of the most important player in GEEK SLATE, but it's always conditional, right? Sometimes you can't really play those pick-off heroes. You know, sometimes you can really play through your ace. In earlier game 2 with ONIC, they actually forced Kyrie to play with Kaja, and his teammates pop up. You know?
I think it's a little different, right? Which is why Geek opted for the Atlas ban instead. They don't want to have to deal with that because Beloyski, that's where they shine. I understand that in certain situations you have to pick up something that perhaps you're not comfortable with, but honestly, throughout the entirety of MPL ID Season 11, when those things happen, the players, they don't shine, they don't pop off. We saw that with RRQ, and with Bangdo coming in, they were able to play with their strengths, and now they're on a little bit of the start of a win streak, I would say. So Geek, they're staying true to what makes them strong, which is a good playmaking hero or a good pick-off hero for Beloyski, which they find in the Franco.
Well, there's a fun fact though here. This is Suelo's debut with a Farsa.
Oh, that's
so that is
weird.
why I didn't expect a Farsa.
weird.
I expected him of a Lunox, but let's see, right? With this composition here, what will they opt for here? They need somehow a DPS in that marksman, of course, and there you go, the Lolita up to provide cover, and that Moskov, that DPS that they lack in. And I gotta be honest, it's looking like a very solid draft here for side of Rebellion Zion here, but the downfall, well, the upside for side of GEEK SLATE composition is that called Alter.
Well, they're kind of forced to pick, I wouldn't say forced, but they want to pick the Martis, just pretty much the standard pick towards all of the crowd control potential coming in from Rebellion. Just with the Mortal Coil, you have a lot of CC immune that you can have, you can counter all the CC coming in. But we're gonna see how it pans out in the third game for Rebellion versus GEEK.
And this is interesting, right? Because Rebellion picked up the Lolita, and that's a really good pick. Why? Because Faramis actually forces GEEK to clump up to one another so that Numnam Blast should be able to be maximalized. And other than that, the hook can be countered by the shielding coming in from the Lolita. I think the only issue right now for Rebellion is how to bring Moskov and how to give him a winning lane, because the Brody is going to be a huge nuisance for the Moskov in the early game. But ladies and gentlemen, the results here for Rebellion and GEEK. Game number 3. Here we come.
Here we come indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Who will grab that last point? Remember what's at stake. Rebellion Zion, they need a point to just solidify themselves in that 6th position. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, they need points to somehow increase their odds to that upper bracket.
Well, Vincent already used his Retribution. Beloyski might be able to steal this, but no, he's gonna opt out to back away and help Chitera to actually secure this lane. Heist is in a lot of trouble against a Brony. As you said, Eterna, this is pretty hard to actually lane, but Luke in trouble.
Oh, Luke is going to get taken very low. Force the flicker, but Cars goes in and is able to get first blood without being taken down instead. And that is Rebellion Zion pushing up the pace. And that is the beauty of a Farsa. Suelo going to be able to roam around the map a lot faster. He wants to play around the EXP lane as well to be able to get that Feather Strike as fast as possible before they go in for the 5v5 neutral objective take in that turtle.
Very good early game preparation here from the side of Rebellion Zion. They were able to somehow spot that Luke is aggressive in that lane, and perhaps they exploit that with that 2v1. Suelo really using that Wings by Wings to its utmost potential. And take a look at the top side here. Both roamers and both gold laners here just going head to head. So Kadira will have an okay time, of course, with Beloyski, even alone, right? He got the smooch skill, so it will have that crowd control to just sustain more.
Gold lane is definitely GEEK SLATE's dominance, but in the 5v5 team fight, 4v4 team fights, which is gonna be going on in the turtle area here, I feel like Rebellion has more to say because Bigetron with the Numinous Blast, as you said, it turned out the threat is way too high against stationary heroes here.
But remember, he hasn't reached level 4 just yet. A lot of them haven't reached level 4 just yet. So you can see here, Janakiri going to be able to get the turtle, but Beloyski is going to be able to get that hook onto Vincent.
Wow.
He gets taken down. Luke going to be the next one on the chopping block, but he's able to mount Janarko for just a bit. The Numinous Blast gets cancelled by a boy, and Ajana QT going to be able to steal the jungle from Rebellion Zion.
Wow, did you see Beloyski earlier? He was low. He didn't decide to recall, but he got the hook, which got the kill. So that was a very important play. Top side, Kadira is just free farming and solo kill.
It's
wow.
over. The torn apart memory is going to be able to finish Highs off as long as he's taken that low. And that was the issue that I saw in the drafts from Rebellion Zion. Even if in the early game, he was heavily babysitted by Janarko, without level 4, there's not much of potential from the Lolita. Here in the mid side, the airstrike opened up as well, going to be able to deal a little bit of damage onto a boy, forcing him to go a bit back.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue, but the thing though, I feel like that's much more of a blunder than a suit, but a boy's gonna get taken down real low and killed off by Bigetron, not the target that you're looking for to get a kill, but a kill is a kill.
Indeed, right? If we're talking about Rebellion and GEEK SLATE, for now, they're taking a really just action-packed here. Oh, another action top side.
Suelo gets suppressed here. He's still going to be able to get away even with the torn apart memory popped off by Chidera. Not a kill just yet onto him. But you can see that he's having a really good time in that gold lane. Already 1-0-0. Meanwhile, Highs taken off once. Chidera having more of a fun time, being able to snowball, and that's the danger here. They're trying to look for something to do about it. Janakuri, oh my god, the damage though coming in from Chidera. The hook landed as well, and that is GEEK SLATE once again playing to their strengths, playing to the gold lane. Numinous Blast is going to hit onto Chidera here in the top side, but nobody is there to be able to follow it up. Meanwhile, GEEK already going to the bottom side. It was actually first set up by Rebellion. But GEEK going to be able to respond really well. But there's like already opened up. Vincent is still not being able to take him down. And in the midst of all that damage, he's actually able to get the turtle away. And that is another kill protruding onto Rebellion Zion. Kars goes down and GEEK SLATE with 1,500 gold lead.
I think I prefer the 2 kills over the turtle, but Highs though, I feel like he's pretty much the weakest link so far in this game. There's just too much unnecessary dashes that pretty much kills you off. As a Moskov, you can be like that in the early game. You don't really have enough items, enough potential to actually go for those kind of plays. But here, again, GEEK SLATE just dominating the gold lane, taking the turret down without any pressure whatsoever for Rebellion Zion.
Goodness, Beloyski's, I don't know, the presence is just impeccable right now. Top side, let's see.
Oh, Numinous Blast already charging and it's going to hit onto 2. The damage comes through. High's going to be able to get a kill onto Chidera. Rebellion Zion still saying that they want to fight for their lives here, even though GEEK SLATE have been getting the advantage. Here, Beloyski not going to be able to get the hook as it was blocked by Wijanarko's shield. Suelo going to put on some damage onto a boy, and both of these team players, they're going to have to force to retreat for just a bit. And Rebellion Zion coming back in the top lane.
No, this time Chidera is the one who blunders, knowing that pretty much the Numinous Blast is there, but he doesn't have that flicker to get away. Just kind of forcing the turret take there with the shield up for Lolita is definitely not a good play for you in this case. Even though you're winning, you just don't want to force that kind of mistake or play that aggressively as a Brody.
Well, Brody here almost BOD already, so that said something. Well, outside, another kill here occurs with the duet of Kars and Suelo. Back to my point. Earlier, Chidera opted for OK top side.
Yeah, the suppress goes in and it actually gets cancelled by Highs with his second ability. Called Alter was triggered. They're baited out right before the turtle take. A good small advantage for Rebellion Zion, but an advantage that they definitely can capitalize over, as Vincent already has started. Oh no, Vincent gets hooked here. Beloyski though gonna get punished by the damage coming in from Sway Low. You can see here the damage coming from Vincent as well. For the airstrike, going to be able to take Beloyski down in the earlier stages of this team fight. Ujinarko already targeted the Nunon Blast. It's going to be able to hit onto Jana QT. Look very low, split, trying to get out. He actually is able to mount onto Cars for the moment, but it's only going to delay the inevitable, which is his own timely death.
Again, another unnecessary mount there. I feel like there's a lot of glue players out there that doesn't realize that other opponents' dashes, other opponents' flickers is very much a threat for you to actually go for that kind of aggressive play. And he gets punished for it real hard, but in this case, Cars gonna take down.
Beautiful, beautiful hook. Cars was able to get out of it for just a bit, but at the end, he was taken down. Beloyski needs to stop with these iron hooks. Every time Rebellion Zion want to go for a snowballing play, Beloyski is there to be able to catch someone off guard and take the advantage back into their own hands.
5 assists out of 6, right? Beloyski, you're right. It turned out he needs to stop.
Yeah.
And Rebellion Zion here, they need to also be careful here. They equalize on gold, but they also need to pick their battles. They do not need to just go crazy every time they see a member. They need to find the perfect setup here. Just use Ujinarko here with this Lolita that can catch multiple members. And apart from turtle fights, I don't really see Ujinarko's impact here. Of course, cover, but I want him be more proactive.
Ooh, prepare for a hook here towards Swaylo. Beloyski just owning that bush, trying to get someone here, Chadera, knowing that, oh, there you go.
Oh, Ujinarko gets caught into the hook, but the damage is actually going to be there with the follow-up coming in from Jana QT. Ujinarko going to be taken down, and GEEK SLATE once again pushing the pedal, pushing the gas. 1 second left for the next neutral objective. They're definitely going to go ahead and capitalize over that fact. Without Ujinarko, Rebellion Zion, they don't really have much of an initiator.
But right now, they don't want to force the Lord, actually knowing that Ujinarko is almost up and he's already up for pretty fast spawn time for this time of the game. But look at this, Vincent's actually the one doing the initiative towards the Lord. A boy and Luke and Beloyski just owning that bush, trying to get something going.
Yeah, GEEK already with the setup here. Beloyski perhaps looking for an opening onto the hook. He doesn't get it just yet. Rebellion Zion been able to step out of that ability. You can see here GEEK trying to push in that mid lane as well, kind of force Rebellion Zion in a position that isn't too great for the Lord setup. Vincent already on standby though around Jana. Chadera moving as well to get a better positioning onto the flanks, but Swaylo already on standby. Cars as well. Beloyski goes in for the hook. It's not there, and there you go. The trigger gets pulled. So the airstrike not as maximum as they would expect, as they would want, because they are still afraid of that pickup potential coming in from Beloyski. And there it is, as Chadera is going to be able to take down Ujinarko here. Vincent is the next one to fall, and Glue is going to be able to zone the members of Rebellion Zion away with 2 members from RBL gone. GEEK SLATE, they are free to get the Lord, and that is exactly what they were waiting for.
The Blue Bulls, they're getting controlled by the Geeks here in minute number 10, and now it was 2,000 deficit. It might be 5,000 here in the next minute. Things are looking bad to worse here. Items-wise as well. Take a look at Brody, BOD, the Malefic Roar, and to add to that, this Aramis can deal damage with that Clock and Lightning duo. So they really need to be careful. Oh, another catch.
Yeah, the hook lands onto Vincent, and he's not going to be able to get out. Chadera with a beautiful follow-up as well. And Vincent gets caught. 1 member taken down right before the Lord push. And Beloyski proving once again why his heroes are always respected. Natalia, Franco, Kaja, give him a pickup hero, and he will deliver for his team.
So far, Ujinarko has been outplayed by Beloyski, especially that Lord lane. It's pretty much a chess match between 2 roamers. Who pulls the trigger first and how accurate it is, your shot. And Beloyski just perfect hook towards the perfect target in Region Arco, and right now they're engaging.
Oh, for the airstrike opened up by Suelo, gonna be able to deal some damage onto Chidera. The waves in the mid side gonna be taken down by the damage from that ultimate, and Suelo, Cars, and Vincent are still able to defend that top lane. But other than the inhibitor turrets, all the other turrets have been taken down by GEEK SLATE.
An amazing, I guess, defense, right, from sort of Rebellion. Zion, they were able to somehow withstand, but it seems like GEEK SLATE, they want more.
Not just yet, though. It seems like they want to try and push in that mid side. Highs, though, the damage is there, but the concealed play, it's going to happen here. Luke going to look for an engage, but look at this, he actually gets caught out! The damage coming through, the Feather Airstrike was baited in as well, as Wijanarko goes in for the Numnam Blast on it to 2. The Cult Alter going to be able to stave off that incident, though, and they will be able to get out alive, untouched as well. My God, Wijanarko, every time he actually goes in for a really good play, the Cult Alter always prevents that move from happening.
It's really disciplined gaming from GEEK SLATE, knowing that Chatero is pretty much vulnerable to that feathered airstrike and Numinant Blast, which pretty much the biggest threat towards this marksman, and he's the main damage dealer for GEEK SLATE. He can really go down that easily in this kind of team fight, and he knows that doesn't really go for turret aggressively in that mid lane, but he gets it in the bottom lane.
He gets it, right? GEEK SLATE still now really dominating this lane, dominating this game even. It was a rather slow early game, but now we have entered the mid game, right? Almost the late game even. And it seems like here, it's just all GEEK SLATE. Only 2 base turrets remaining here for South Rebellion's Zion to play around with. And with this Lord here, Enhance 1, it's an all-in here. They need to gamble this. If not, perhaps GEEK SLATE might find the close. So let's see here, the gamble play from the side of Rebellion. Bot side minions though.
Yeah.
GEEK SLATE, they're somehow winning that lane. So again, someone needs to take care of bot side.
They're controlling the side lanes really well, and Rebellion, they're forced to show their faces on towards the map to be able to clear it out. Now they know that Highs is in the bottom lane, and GEEK SLATE go in for the concealed play. Kars trying to counter-engage onto Beloyski. Gonna be able to see him out as well. A wonderful play by Rebellion Zion to delay a little bit more of the engage possibility that GEEK SLATE has, but eventually, because of that, they were still able to zone Rebellion Zion away and get that Lord uncontested here in the 14th minute of the game.
I'm very surprised that Beloyski didn't just flicker and bloody hunt towards Vincent. That might be a good play, knowing that Wijanarko has a really good counter-engage potential, but Beloyski very disciplined, just managing all his resources really well, knowing that it's actually pretty risky to go for this kind of plays. But once you get Vincent, it's pretty much a free Lord. But in this case, that they don't really have to do it, as GEEK SLATE still gets the Lord.
Again, looking at the resources, right, from the GEEK SLATE side, they're gonna press and maintain the pressure. All spells here, apart from the retribution, is active, so imagine a lot of pressure that they can create. With Beloyski, with the flicker plays, with perhaps Kadera, with flickering forward plays, combined with the Lord, Rebellion Zion might not be able to defend this one.
Watch out for Wijanarko.
Yeah, Wijanarko in a good position for a flank. Suelo opens up the Feather Airstrike to deal the damage onto the bottom and the mid lane. But the Lord is still untouched! But Kars, is gonna get taken down by the beautiful engage, the beautiful pickup coming from Beloyski with the Iron Hook. Chidera's had to deal out damage here. Vincent, though, gonna be caught out there. Prazer's Wrath gets popped in, but eventually he has to be forced to be taken down. Two members out of the board, and GEEK SLATE show their dominance once again. Because what are the Bulls to the Geeks?
Revenge story in leg 2 for Beloyski. Very happy. Look at that. Where's your noise? Where's your noise, Rebels? Look at that.
This is the first time.
Beloyski looks very calm usually,
Beloyski,
right?
take it very personally here in a match. Usually he's the chiller type of a person, but take a look at this guy now. He really wants to beat Rebellion.
Whoa.
I love that.
Oh my God, it's personal.
Usually it was Luke, right? Usually it's Luke, usually it's perhaps Jana, but take a look at Beloy now.
What happened? Did something happen? Did Rebellion Zion say something to Geek?
I don't know, I'm assuming that it was when Rebellion got the point. Perhaps Rebellion and Zion were over-celebrating.
Oh
And
my
look at them
God.
now.
Because honestly, every time we go into the mic checks, it's always Beloyski that's like, calm down, calm
Exactly,
down, calm down, calm down.
That's what I said. First time seeing Beloy, somehow this triggered, quote unquote.
Sheesh.
But you love it, right? We need
love
more
it, I love
beef.
it.
We need more drama in MPL ID. Don't be a nice guy. Be a more.
Chapin, go be mad. Go tilt. Please, I want to see you tilt.
Okay, but Beloyski, it looks like this is the start of his villain arc with GEEK SLATE. Changing the hairstyle, changing the mindset, changing how he responds to trash talks. But he played really, really well. Only one death as far as I know, a lot of assists. And he might, I don't want to say that it's too early, but we're going to see after this who's going to get the MVP, who's the most important players from both teams, as GEEK managed to get the revenge onto Rebellion finally.
Well, we'll see here in a bit. Perhaps the host will have an interview here with Beloyski and friends.
Oh, yeah.
In a bit.
We're just gonna throw it to the host after this. To Bude Clara. Bude Clara, floor is yours.
Geek Community, mana suaranya? Semangat dari Geek Community tentu membawa Geek SLATE menjadi super duper semangat. Just like a Baloy. So warm up. What's wrong, Baloy? Is this one so sentimental for you?
Because in leg 1 they so noisy. And in game 2, I don't know why I cannot hear them in game 3. What happened?
What happened? What happened in the game 3?
Got muted though.
I guess so. It's so different. Kadera, ini memang lagi panas-panasnya Baloy ya. Ini terpanas Baloy nggak sih kayaknya? Di match kali ini Baloy paling nge-hype nggak sih?
Iya, Baloy paling hype. Hype pengen bajotin mereka.
Kenapa? Apakah kalian dikalahin 2-0 itu jadi sebuah sesuatu yang menyakiti hati kalian atau gimana?
Mereka gak tahu.
Kadera takut salah ngomong ya kayaknya ya. Is that so sentimental with you guys defeated 2-0 last previous half season, Baloy? 2-0. So you guys so warm up in this game because...
No, because some team beat us though, but I don't feel like this. But they are so many talk lah.
So hype up. Jadi memang dia benar-benar ngebawa aja dan ada kata-kata yang membuat Baloy juga semakin nge-hype untuk match kali ini. Akhirnya dibalas dong Baloy. Finally you got the revenge in this leg 2. Any words for Rebellion probably for this match? Any words for them?
Before you trash talk, I think you need to improve more.
Oh, sebelum mengeluarkan statement lebih baik improve dulu. Ini menarik sih. Jadi ada suasana emang ada apa sih Kadera? Kasih tahu dong.
Soalnya di League 1 kan kita kalah 2-0 cuman dari RBL kan. Terus mereka kayak apa ya, terlalu hype gitu buat kita.
Oh ini seru ya, jadi hype-nya lawan itu bisa jadi sebuah amunisi buat kalian untuk leg yang kedua.
Iya, kali.
Iya kali, ada kalinya. Pagi tadi, suasana untuk GEEK SLATE menghadapi match ini gimana Kadera? Kasih tahu dong.
Panas sih.
Panas. Ada kata-kata yang bener-bener panas nggak?
Nggak perlu.
Nggak perlu dikasih tahu. Jangan ya.
Jangan.
Di sensor mungkin Aboy bisa kasih tahu. Kasih tahu dong Boy. Udah punya mic dia, udah punya mic. Gimana tadi sebelum match ini ada apa sih sebenarnya? Ada mungkin kata-kata yang bikin makin panas nggak? Atau ada kata-kata persiapan, ayo kita habisi semuanya gitu. Kasih tahu dong.
Gak ada sih buat aku. Mungkin buat Baloy ada.
Oh, oke. Tapi Aboy banyak banget fansmu di sini nih ya. Dari tadi jauh-jauh satu RT ngumpul buat kamu. Banyak banget cewek-cewek bahkan yang di Legend tuh. Aboy, boleh dong disapa balik para fans wanitamu di sini.
Halo.
Kasih gambar hati atau apa gitu.
Ya terima kasih lah buat yang udah dukung aku. Dukung tim GEEK SLATE juga. Tetap dukung GEEK sampai playoff.
Oke, itu dijawab iya sayang. Keras banget lagi yang di Legend. Tapi look, kamu main di game yang ketiga mendadak. Apakah kamu amunisi khusus untuk match kali ini, look?
Untuk ini?
Iya.
Gak ada.
Tiba-tiba aja main gitu. What? Tiba-tiba main aja?
Iya.
Siapa yang minta? Apakah kamu yang minta atau Matt minta tukar atau coach atau mungkin Balo yang nyuruh kamu main di game 3?
Udah diatur sama coach sih. Disuruh main.
Ngikutin coach aja. Sebelum match berlangsung atau udah lagi in game tiba-tiba oke nanti kamu game 3 siap-siap ya?
Tadi lagi makan disuruh main, udah main aja.
Apa reaksimu ketika kamu tiba-tiba disuruh main di game ketiga? Apalagi posisinya satu sama.
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Kelas banget. Dan Baloy, I think nobody can stop you right now. GEEK SLATE is having the momentum. And as we can see, GEEK SLATE is really good right now. What is the power behind GEEK SLATE right now?
Chemistry.
Chemistry.
And work hard. Hard work.
Oke, chemistry dan kerja keras yang mereka terus lakukan untuk perkembangan mereka. Jana Cutie, do you feel the same? What is the biggest power that you got? Where is it from, the power?
Because they trash talk us in leg 1. So I really want to get my revenge this game.
What, Baloy? Ini kepengen balas dendam. What, Baloy? What?
Diam gua aja.
Diam aja.
Mau diam aja. Kayaknya lagi panas banget ya. But yes, with this win, you guys really close to upper bracket slot, a top 2. And again, once more, one step ahead. You say that it's only 1%. Are you guys still feel the same after winning this game?
Now 5%.
Oh 5%, nambah ya. Kalau kemarin katanya ya oke, upper bracket 1%, sekarang 5%. So, naikin dari persentasenya itu dari tiap kemenangan matchnya?
Iya.
Oke, ini bakal bisa naik-naik terus? Atau akankah ada sebuah halangan yang paling besar yang paling kalian waspadai? Ada nggak? Siapa? Kadira bisik-bisik mulu ya. Is there any obstacle that you will face to increase your percentage to go upper brackets?
What?
Is there any obstacles
Obstacle.
that you think will stop you guys?
I think RRQ.
RRQ. Why RRQ?
Because we have a hard game to them last game.
Okay, what will you do next in this match GEEK SLATE and ONIC? Mereka bilang mereka punya match yang sangat kerat bareng RRQ. Jadi RRQ bisa jadi salah satu faktor untuk menjegal mereka di upper bracket dan memang lagi kejar-kejaran poin. What will you guys do on your next match against RRQ?
We will prepare so much. We will double our preparation to them.
Oh, wow. Mereka akan ngedouble preparasinya, mereka akan ngedouble semuanya untuk melawan RRQ. Baloy, are you agree with that? RRQ?
Yeah, because RRQ is one of the hardest to beat in MPL. So we need to do more than what we are doing.
Mereka akan melakukan lebih lagi untuk melawan tim RRQ. Any message for RRQ?
Good luck, have fun. I'm really excited to meet Bin again because he's one of my captain that looking up.
Vin, kamu ditungguin tentunya. Dan good luck, have fun untuk matchnya melawan GEEK SLATE. Mereka menunggu sekali. Vin adalah kapten yang dia lihat juga sebagai salah satu sosok yang Baloy sungguh apresiasi juga. That's all. Thank you so much GEEK SLATE. What a nice match. Langsung kita akan breakdown matchnya kepada analis kita. Silakan Om Bawa.
If you want to trash talk, you need to improve your game more. Big words from Baloyski. Would Clara bait them with a lot of question that, you know, they want to feel something? Do they want to feel something going on the backstage? But no, they didn't bait it. They didn't actually go for it. I was kind of sad. I thought it would be, you know, there's like a lot of spicy thing going on in the background, which is probably true, but they don't want to disclose that.
There were moments where they were kind of hinting towards that, right? I think Chidera mentioned that they need to ask Beloyski, and then when they gave it to, what's his name, Aboy? Aboy was like, you should ask the Beloyski, and I think something personal went down when I think Rebellion Zion trash talked them, and I don't think it's from the first game, but from the last time when they met up.
Maybe.
So that's how long they held that vengeance. That's how long they held it. And then now they were able to prove that, you know, if you want to trash talk, you know, win first.
Yeah.
First,
And
right?
it's Beloyski, the calmest guy in the lineup
world.
usually, but
In the
Beloyski demon
universe.
time.
Yeah, I mean, in Game 3 here, it's somehow similar to Game 1 where Kadera on this Brody were able just to pop off, just activate so early on, getting those critical items, BOD, Malefic Roar early, and it's just straight up GG's. Sure, multiple initiation here were successful from side of Vijanargo, but at the end of the day, remember, they have a boy. That cult Alter during team fights will be more impactful if you compare it to somehow, if you compare it to Suelo most of the time. Remember, this is the debut of Suelo on that Farsa, so not really surprising here. If you really think about it, not a lot of success. Sure, it's impactful, but it seems like GEEK SLATE, they were the team that was better in this game. It was a domination. At one point, it was 10,000 gold, the difference, and it just shows that, of course, GEEK SLATE, they're a maturer of Rebellion Zion here. I feel like.
Do you really think it's Suelo's fault, though?
No.
His KDA was
Valentina
303.
was open though.
Valentina was not open.
Was it? Oh, it was banned.
It was banned out.
Sorry. Never
So
mind.
Suelo, honestly, I think he did the best that he could with how much was set up for him. I think you
Also
can't
true.
do much on a Farsa with so much engaged from the opposing team, and there's not even a setup from your team as well. And it's sad because Wijanarko, he tried. I mentioned in game, every time he goes in for the Nunon Blast, the damage doesn't come through because the Cult Alter instantly gets placed. And this is why the Cult Alter, in my opinion, was the main factor as to how they were able to win those team fights and eventually win the game. So the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series this time around for game number 3, it's a boy on the Faramis.
Take a look at the items. I mean, Clock of Destiny, and he won for the natural build here. Lightning Truncheon, Enchanted Talisman, and then Holy Crystal. But on that note, in a minute, we're going to listen the mic checks.
Of course, we're gonna see how Beloyski react to all the plays.
Sprint, ay, ulti clock. Cancel.
Wait, low.
Nice.
Aman gua.
Ay, mati dis.
This.
Grab. 4 seconds. I have you in.
Tarik.
No ulti clock, no petrify Yuzong.
See me guys.
Aiton.
Hello.
Dawin.
Aman gua.
Mati.
Grok tan.
Nice. Can look.
Nice.
Oi, Mark.
Still not 10, oi. This.
Sabar ya, 4 semua mereka.
Gas lagi yuk.
Boleh.
Gua tahun. Gua ke mid ya.
Mati lanswatnya.
Aing mid.
Aman.
Gua tahun.
Gue TW.
Petak. Gak bisa balik gua.
Gak apa-apa, santuy. Menang kita tahu.
Jet. Gua ambil ulti baru.
Nice. Gue atas ya.
Non. Nah, ulti barang gua. Gua TP turret.
Gue lord. Gue tower.
Bisa tower gak?
Gue digigit.
Tower.
Nice.
Ken.
Ayo, bye. Mati.
I go mid.
Die.
Boy, can you mid, boy?
Everyone.
Here. Ada gua dot. Nih.
Ayo.
Hyper skill.
Ayo,
Die.
just name my ulti.
Parsia.
Brethren.
Brethren.
Nice.
We can lord, we go beer.
Still have floor ya.
Ini guys.
Aiton. I near touch. Aman. Brethren. Target.
Lihat masa. Pincen mau kemana Pincen?
I flicker ya.
I don't know what to do.
You can see the eruption of emotion from the GEEK SLATE team, especially, we've said this over and over again, this is not Beloyski that we've used to see. Beloyski with a lot of emotion, a lot of anger, you could say, in this match, man. Wow, I love it.
Yeah, because usually when we take a hear into the mic checks for GEEK SLATE, he's usually the one to calm everyone else down. So whenever they get a little too passionate in game, he's always the one like, you know, chill. But you know, as soon as they were able to get that base, Beloyski instantly erupted with all that emotion, and it was kind of surprising to see. Scary maybe for Gani there.
I mean, he usually is the triple B, right? The big brother Beloyski.
Oh.
But he was very, right? He just erupted. But this is the guy that erupts, that especially Game 3 on that Franco, the discipline, team fights, and as well as execution, they were able to somehow anticipate. So the counter setups from their team was more impactful than the, well, known quote-unquote, the initiation, perhaps from Janarko and friends. And of course, following up Beloyski's initiation also. Well, in Game 3, he was on that Franco, so personally, the pickup was on for the other members from his teammates. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, is GEEK SLATE winning 2-1.
Yeah. You can also win in other aspects of life.
Tell us.
You can flex your gold with UBS Gold, coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection, X MPL Season 11. It's a collab. Get yours from ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Have you gotten yours yet, Eterna?
It's not out yet.
Oh, is it
How
not?
do I get it?
Oh yeah, it's coming soon. I forgot.
Oh man, I thought he was already out. I thought.
Okay.
I thought he knew something we didn't.
Oh.
But it turns out it's still not out.
Maybe I'm just faking it. I know that it's already out. I already have one. Maybe.
It's, you know what?
We never know with Chefin.
I'm sorry, Eterna, but I gotta tell a secret. Your secret, actually, she already got that collab in hand.
He's lying.
So you gotta better check it out. ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You better check it out, all right? Because Eterna already got the sneak peek in hand.
Get iced out with UBS merchandise. Of course, if you don't know UBS, they're the ones who made the championship ring in M4. As you can see, you can also Google it. How good it is for Sanford, Call TZN crew, for Echo players. They're really loving the whatchamacallit? The rings that they have. But another thing to say, Eterna, you can also go to Menara Kuningan with a lot of discount. And how do you get it?
You use Grab.
Woohoo!
So don't forget to download the Grab app because you can enjoy a 50% discount every time you want to get a meal, grab food. And if you want to come to the venue, like he mentioned at Menara Kuningan here, either grab bike or grab car, whichever transport suits you best, you can get a 90% discount. Finally, come here to the venue, see Chefin in the flesh.
Oh my God.
Take pictures with him.
Oh my God.
Because he's only here on Saturday, guys. So you have to come today, now, right now.
This second, if not, it's done.
It's done.
Get out, right? So grab. Thank you so much. And of course, with that in mind, check out also the promo, right? grb.to/MPL, right?
Yeah, you can also get skins from that too. And for those of you who love Mobile Legends, of course, MPL 2023 is available on Maxstream. It's an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps, Eterna. Wow, in Maxstream, there's also a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. And especially, there is original series. Like, there's Love in the Game, Love Coach
By Rachel.
With Eterna.
Oh, with Rachel.
The one...
Try to memorize it.
The one Believe, which also stars EVOS. Is he
Kolak Express.
Is he still in EVOS?
Yeah, you're right. Not the one. It's the one, right? The EVOS Legends one.
I'm so... Oh, man. The
Don't
amount of
miss out,
times
okay?
Mirko does the 1-1 pun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you say?
The 1-1. Mirko, but I'm Gani. But okay, don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Just watch only on Maxstream.
Only on Maxstream. Yeah. Maxstream and Chill, Eterna. Have you tried Maxstream and Chill?
No.
I've tried it. unfortunately, on my own. Oh, how unfortunate though. Isolation is bliss, right? Okay.
I think we need to go on a break now.
All right. Well, okay. See you on game number 4 in this day in Saturday. We're gonna be back with Shefin, Eterna, and Connie on the desk again.
Bye-bye. Stay tuned, everybody.
Bye-bye.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
ージェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu janganlah.
Welcome back to our English broadcast of MPL Indonesia Season 11. Again, with me here, Shafin in the desk, and Eterna, and Goni. And of course, this match, the last match of this Saturday, it's always a pleasure to cast Aura Fire game with you, Eterna, for no particular reason at all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also have a lot of fun watching Aura Fire, especially this season. But before we get into those details, let's take a thanks to our sponsors.
MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Munton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34, and A54 5G. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. Partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Circuit Lab, Blibli. Official broadcast, Maxstream. Broadcast partner, TVRI Sport. Partner, Indomaret and Point Coffee. And supported by PBASE. Aura Fire versus RRQ Rex Random Kaon. Will King Arthur slay the dragon, or in this case, King Albert slay the dragon, or will they surrender to the dragon? Will they surrender to the fire?
I mean, honestly, taking a look at both of the teams and their situations right now, it's not much of a surprise when I say that I think RRQ definitely have it in the bag this time around. I think statistically, it's proven as well. You can see that RRQ, they're more in form, especially with Bangduk now coming into the fray as well in the coaching staff. It feels like RRQ are playing towards their strengths a bit more compared to when they were under the wing of Feel as well as Arcadia.
Well, I guess preparing for the worst, Eterna, it's the approach here for you. But maybe, let's be hopeful, right? I mean, Aura Fire, not a good season, right? To put it lightly, they're awful, all right? They need to perhaps bounce back, and if we're already focusing on Season 12, they need to focus on that. But now, focus on our RQ match, the Dragon's last breath here. Will they be able to, again, somehow just find their jam here for the 2 games, perhaps potentially 3 games that they're going to up against? Leg 1, it was RRQ dominating them. So will it be the same story, or perhaps I don't know. Yesterday, Godiva played. I expect Godiva play today as well. So will Godiva be the X factor today?
I don't know, man. I feel like every time Godiva plays, like, no disrespect at all, he has been the weakest link so far in his matches. Do you not agree with me? There's a lot of setups that failed to be executed, and there's a lot of setup where the follow-up was just not there, but we're gonna see a hot topic here, Goni.
A heavy condition for the Dragons indeed, 1-9. Securing only 1 match. That's not a fun stat to have. But we'll see here, right? I mean, with their current roster, it feels like they lack depth. And this is what happened in game, leg 1. It was actually Aura here. Kabuki was on the jungler position at that time. And it seems like they weren't able to find the success that they wanted. It was actually RRQ with the Claude here, Skylar. They were able to just find the right openings, the right farm as well. And so, Aura Fire, yeah, in leg 1, I don't know, they just lacking with the oomph, you know?
Oomph. Okay. So, Aura Fire, or at this point it's Aura Ashes.
I mean, it's looking pretty bleak for Aura Fire right now. I think they've tried everything that they could with what was given to them. They rotated around the rosters, they rotated around the roles. You can see here, even in the gold lane, Chayat was playing for a bit, and it didn't work out, right? But there was a breath of fresh air when they were able to win it out that first and only time with Van at the helms. And maybe that's just exactly what they need to play around, Van. The fact that he's able to get a lot of objectives on the board, but going against someone like Albert, it's going to be a little bit difficult here because if we take a look at both of their stats, right? Albert has played 22 games and Van only half, but the amount of objectives that Van has been able to secure is actually above Albert, especially in the early game in those turtle objectives.
It was just, yeah, I mean, Skylar just winning the matchup in that gold lane that led to just a straightforward game and even match for side of RRQ. Sure, facilitated by Vin here with the Grok in that second game. It's very important for their side here to just be well coordinated. Of course, RRQ being the team that they are, they're very coordinated, even though they were shaky in leg 2. But I guess you're right. You touched on Bangduk earlier, and I feel like with Bangduk, it just creates a different vibe in the RRQ gaming house. Let's talk about the match again. RRQ in this current in leg 1. I don't know. I feel like it's just a straightforward win. Meanwhile, RFire, they lack depth, they lack hero pool, I feel like, and it's just a problem in that even from the drafting department and then the execution-wise, that's where I feel they need to focus on Season 12.
It's kind of sad, right? You touch on the fact that Aura Fire has been trying to find their identity. Even at this point, they still don't know who to play, either Hai or Kurifa at the roaming position. So far, Kurifa has been back, but we don't know yet whether it's still the case for the rest of the season, especially this season is, oh man, this might be one of the seasons to forget for Aura Fire. Wait, never mind. They've been the 8th place for longer than they've been a playoff team.
Oh, come on. Why are you being so harsh to Aura? Like, it's difficult. And we've seen a lot of teams in the exact same position. The problem is Aura have taken this entire season to try and figure that out. I mean, the same can be said for Alter Ego, and they were able to find their jam. So there definitely is hope for Aura Fire. Not really sure if it is going to be this season, but it could be worked on for the next season. There's still, I think yesterday was like an 8% chance that they could make it into the playoffs after they took a loss, especially after Bigetron also won. I think the chances are a lot more slim.
Yeah.
But
speaking about the chances, yeah,
it's a difficult situation for Aura.
It is a different situation here. Well, a difficult situation for side of Aura Fire. They tweaked their rosters, right? Kabuki in the jungle. Early on, we saw Hai stepping in that roam position as well. And with that change, with that somehow adjustment, they weren't able to find success. It didn't come to fruition, unfortunately, for their side. So I gotta say, they put in the effort, but this season isn't just for them.
And it begs the question, right? Was Tezet's impact that huge on Aura, right? Because Tezet, when he was able to get into the coaching staff, when he was able to guide Aura, that's when they started with the win streaks. That's when they started to, from 8th place, like you mentioned before, they were able to finally make it into the playoffs, and the season next, they were top 3. And without Tezet, it seems like they're not going to make it into the playoffs again. So it's not just the players that are concerning, but also the coaching staff. Not really sure what the issue is. I think we need to ask that question during the interview. But CL coming in after not really a good run with Aura Fire before, it's a questionable move, and it's showing, it's impacting Aura Fire as an entirety right now.
Well, let's talk about the objective setup, in particular the Turtle and as well as the Lord here, Van. He came in the somehow mid-season, and take a look at his impact, right? 16 Turtles and 18 Lords already in 12 games. That's an okay stat, above average, I might say. But take a look at the Prince on the right side here. Albert, 29 Turtles and as well as 34 Lords in 25 games. So their retribution is going to be very crucial here. The timing, right? But also, not just the timing, the setup, right? RRQ, their setup sometimes during Lord, their Turtles, they have more experience, so they perhaps might be able to find that edge over Aura Fire.
Yeah, it's interesting though. 16 and 18 in 12 games. In terms of ratio, Fan just sweeps Albert completely, which brings a question, like if they get the objectives, if they actually get the turtles, get the Lord, what's the problem here? I feel like the problem is they already got the goal, they already got the momentum, but they kind of fumbled it in late game. Is that really the problem for Aura Fire? Because the ratio is insane, right?
We see them struggle as well in that mid game, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't really know what to commit to. It's like in moments where you should take a team fight, they don't take it, and when they need to take the team fight, they don't. So the instinct is kind of off. Is it shot calling issues that could also be a factor towards Aura Fire's performance this season? There's just so many things that could possibly be the reason behind it. But also the fact that, other than, like you mentioned, Gani, the fact that they need to think about setup, they need to think about timing, they also need to think about choices of hero. I think that also plays a huge factor in that Retribution game.
Completely, right? The drafts, they need to somehow be creative, but also somehow with clear target as well. So they need to use cheese picks again. I mean, it's all or nothing right at this point, so they would rather just go all out, try somehow new things. Perhaps it might work and play adaptively according to somehow the gameplay or setups that RRQ are brewing. So they need to also adjust mid-game, in-game. And I do agree, in the mid-game, that is where I feel like Aura Fire lacks. Right, if we're talking about Alter Ego, their mid-game has improved, but Aura Fire, very stagnant, very predictable. And now let's focus on the keys to victory from the side of RRQ. They need to secure heroes for Vin and Skylar. We saw Vin on Kufra yesterday. They were able to defeat ONIC. That was just on a 9 times win streak. And Skylar's, of course, a lot of hero pools can be utilized, can be given towards him. So they need to also exploit that. And of course, set up objectives with more discipline and precision. I don't doubt that RRQ will lack in that department. It's just, I want to see some also proactiveness from side of Aura Fire.
Especially for Skylar, though, with that Claude. It has been proven internationally as well that this Claude is definitely the ones to watch. RSG banning the Claude in all of the games versus RRQ in the final of MSC, but unfortunately they didn't win any single game versus them, which shows you how important that Claude pick towards RRQ. It really works well with the kind of composition. And of course, Finn, as you said, I think you forgot to mention the Franco. It has not been utilized in this season as much as the previous seasons because Vin is known for his Franco, but this season maybe we'll pull it off in the later stage of the season, Eternal.
He actually picked it up against ONIC, and he found a lot of success on it as well.
Not as frequent as before, right? I
Maybe
believe.
it's a strat that they want to... Yeah, I think it's a strat that they're trying to hide, right? Because last season, especially coming into, if I'm not mistaken, was it MSC? During the entirety of MSC, Franco was banned away by Vin, and the moment that Franco was not available to RRQ, it seems like their gameplay was a little bit off. So maybe they're trying to protect that and utilize that later on when they need it the most.
Trying to somehow hide the cards, knowing also this is week 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting closer to the playoff stage, so perhaps teams now that are somehow, especially RRQ, ONIC, that have secured, quote-unquote, that playoff spot, they might hide their cards here. So let's see here, what will Aura Fire bring? Because again, Aura Fire side, it's all or nothing. They need to show everything that they got. Just, you know, play it without pressure. They're 8th place, I know, but at this point, nothing to lose.
Yeah, speaking about the chances though, just feeling it for all the Aura fans out there. If Aura loses 2 match this week, they're gonna be out of the playoffs completely. There's no chance whatsoever, it's 0%. If they win this and lose the next match, they still have a slight of chance. As long as they can secure a win, it's still just a sliver of hope for all the Aura fans out there or in here.
Well, it's tough, right? Today they're going up against RRQ. Tomorrow they're going up against ONIC. So, I mean, odds very, very slim to none here. But anything can happen in the line of dawn. Anything can happen in MPL ID. So, still, be hopeful.
With that being said, right, I mean, we took a look at the conditions of the players and they're still smiling, they're still relaxed, they're still, you know, just chilling basically, because maybe you're right, maybe they have nothing to lose. So if we take a look at the official team lineup here, it's Facehugger, Fluffy, Kabuki, Van, and Godiva. So Godiva once again in that roaming position, and I think one of the keys to victory for Aura as well is to secure a comfortable hero for Godiva.
I completely agree. Without a comfortable hero, I think he will not perform. But if we talk about RRQ, it's still going to be Lemon, Clay, Skylar, Albert, and Vin.
Ooh, the usual 5, I would say Rainbow might be an option for the playoffs. Again, they want to hide their cards, maybe. That's also an option to bring, but look at this. You guys are watching at home, you're missing at this, but this is gonna be the king of kings, RRQ, led by the veterans. A lot of veterans here, Lemon, Vin in the building.
A lot of veterans, a lot of experienced players as well. And of course, let's not forget Skylar. He is formidable in that gold lane position, but let's take a look at the opponents here. Aura Fire, what will they have to say in this regard?
Aura Fire in the brink of despair. They're still trying to find a sliver of hope and hoping that they get the fire in this later stage of the season. Led by the man, the myth, the legend, the gold laner Kabuki, one of the best mechanical player in MPL ID. Unfortunately, 8th place, Aura Fire.
Oh, that's tough. Aura Fire right now, it's a Hail Mary run right now, right? Going against RRQ now, ONIC tomorrow. And I guess one of the main things that they can work around is definitely the man you mentioned there, Kabuki. Give him a winning lane, try and utilize him, and perhaps they're going to be able to work around on the backs of him. But of course, everything starts in from the drafts. Coach Bangduk here for RRQ, Palevi and CL for Aura Fire.
Still 100% here for Bangduk, match rate wise. Let's see here, will he be able to keep that spotless record in this current match? But yeah, you're right, this chess match starts here from the drafts here. What will Bangduk, what will Palevi bring to the table for game 1? Especially, it's going to be very, very crucial and important. So let's talk about the most picked and banned heroes here. For side of Palevi, they picked up Fredrin 12 times. Why mostly? Because Van is a very, very good, I mean great Fredrin player. He's very reliable on that position as well, and that is why it's very high on. Of course, Claude here for Kabuki can also be prioritized. So you can see perhaps a Claude contest here in this opening match. If they want to play it safe, they can just ban it out. But Fairness being the most banned by opponent. Why? Facehugger here, even before Fairness was popular, he was able to pull it off. So it's going to be very, very, well, again, somehow predictable, but let's see. Will Bangduk on the other side bring something new? Most pick. He opted for Farsa, most for perhaps Rainbow and as well as Clay. But again, Claude 11 times being picked up for Skylar shows that, yeah, every time that Claude wasn't banned, of course they will definitely pick up that Claude. Meanwhile, for the most banned by opponent, it seems like just a lot of pryos here. 1-1, Joy, and as well as Fredrin. Meanwhile, they like to ban Fanny. 1-1 and Joy also just prio across the boards.
Well, I think people kind of overlook the quote-unquote achievement that Bangduk has been achieving. Of course, only his first game, 9-game winning streak ended. It's ONIC with Kyrie on the lineup. Like, it's pretty much mission impossible for a lot of teams out there, but Bangduk pull it off. And why? They give out comfortable heroes for Vayne or Skylar here, but you can see here, the kingdom erupts.
The kingdom erupts indeed. And it's going to be very interesting. What I love most about our Fire this season is their fans, right? Their community fans. Take a look at this 8th place and still full of spirit. No doubt, I feel like they're the best community fan in the league.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay. Do you agree with that turnout?
You can say that, right? Because
being 8th place,
yeah,
1
and they
and 9.
still want to come through. They still want to go to the venue. They still want to show support for their favorite players. And remember, Aura Fire has been the people's champions for so long as we enter the draft.
Let's see.
We're gonna enter the draft here. RRQ with a pretty much 2 respect ban towards Kadira and Kodita, and Facehugger in that Eve might be eyeing for another respect ban. in fairness as well. But meanwhile, Aura Fire, knowing that Claude is definitely the prio for RRQ, they've been finding success with this hero, and they'll continue to do so. But Aura Fire says, no, bro.
You know, up until this point, when we take a look at the statistics from RRQ, right, the most banned by opponents, 1-1 and the Joy, yeah, you can say it's prio, but in particular for RRQ, it's because Albert can utilize the Joy in the jungler position, and he's able to get a lot on the board. He's able to get the killing pressure, the objectives as well. He's been able to utilize the Joy that no other player, honestly, right now at MPL ID can do. And you can see here RRQ with the Kaja being banned out, taking it away as well from a Godiva or even Van in particular. Aura now with the response, are they going to go for a 1-1 ban? Or are they going to leave it open for RRQ?
I'll have to wait and see, right? Aura Fire, they will commit on towards the Fredrin ban here. Very, very interesting. They like the Fredrin, also RRQ likes the Fredrin, but they banned it out, saying RRQ, go have the 1-1. They have the information that 1-1 still 0%. Perhaps they're trying to exploit that and force that 1-1 into RRQ's hand. And take a look at that, an early Akai pick.
Yeah.
Also denying it away from Albert.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I understand the Akai pick, but I feel like they picked it too soon. Maybe they just gonna want to go for a standard pick and just not showing their cards. Like, what are we gonna counter their composition with? Especially with RRQ right now, they're on the second phase of their picks with 2 picks, and Godiva, or in this case, the 3rd pick from Aura Fire is gonna be important to counter the 3 heroes that RRQ has.
Honestly, it's flex though, right? The Akai for the side of Aura Fire. Fluffy can utilize that as well. We've seen weird Akai picks from Aura Fire. We saw an Akai rival way back when in season 10, where they were able to just really capitalize over the side lane pressure with the arrival as well. So now RRQ, they're going to respond with the Valentina and the Arlet pick, and Aura goes very, very quick with the Phobius here, realizing that RRQ could ban that out for the protection onto the 1-1 in the second phase.
I think this is just the only time Phobius can be picked, especially the RRQ. You can see here, Valentina, 1-1, and Arlet. These 3 heroes has a lot of dashes, especially Arlet and 1-1. Pretty much Aura Fire will get the Demonic Force real easy to proc, to deal damage, pretty much just scattering all of RRQ members away from the team fight, from actual team fight. And I like this. This might go to... No, it's gonna be EXP for sure, I think.
Well, they might... They commit to a EXP ban? All these Phobius. Yeah, the Phobius should be EXP and RRQ. They will somehow limit Kabuki's hero here with that Melissa. Potentially a Brody ban in the last ban. Although, quick response. Vin. He's in the keys to victory, and he is also in the bans as well here. Biggie and as well as Franco will be banned out.
Interesting. I feel like RRQ, they haven't picked a roamer yet, and I think Grok works really well here. It doesn't really get punished easily with the stuns coming in from Farsa and Akai, and especially you can kind of counter that Feather Esser with just a wall or a wall charge flicker. So it's gonna bring a lot of option towards RRQ's engage potential and map opening, but it's gonna be a Lolita ban coming in from RRQ, knowing that it's a threat for Skylar with the 1-1.
And they're pretty much eliminating Godiva's heroes right now. He's only left with, what, the Kufra? And so the Kufra is going to be the choice here for Aura Fire. He has not much, he hasn't found success on the Cho at all. Ruby, very questionable in the current meta. Kaja taken out, so his only choice was the Kufra. It's a good choice for him in particular, but in and against the composition of RRQ, it could prove difficult, as there is a comment here by Coach Adi.
Yeah. Adi says, I think there's nothing lacking in RRQ. Maybe they are just having a bad luck, so they need to be more disciplined in their play. My thinking though, I think Adi is just going in not so harsh, because they know, like, he knows the consequences of talking trash towards RRQ fans. But Connie, you've been watching, you've been playing Kufra for a long time. What are your thoughts on Kufra with Godiva on the helm of the hero?
It's good. Going up against 1-1, going up against the Paquito as well, it works.
No,
right?
I mean the track record, like how he plays.
With Godiva, it's okay. You know, it's above average, but you know, at this point. What else can you play? But a very good response here from Vin, though. Grok, right? Personally, me, when I pick up the Kufa, going up against the Grok, that's a very annoying hero to go head-to-head with.
It's definitely annoying, but not like life-threatening or world-ending, right? Because it's pretty much just, whoa, okay. So it's gonna be an EXP Akai, as you said, Eternites. Wait, never mind. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Phobius, no, Phobius Gold.
Oh, that's not a good lane.
No marksman.
Oh my god.
That's not a good lane. Audience prediction is almost as much as Aura Fire. Actually, it's a little bit more than Aura Fire's chances to secure that playoff. 9%. And it's not good, right? Yes, the Phobius counters the 1-1 eventually, but in the lane, the Phobius is going to get severely bullied unless there is a lot of backup for the Phobius in the earlier stages of the game. But I'm not sure with that mid lane wave clear from the Farsa, it could still be possible, but that's very one-dimensional. They're putting all their eggs in one basket here.
4 picks of 1-1, 0 wins so far, but Skylar is looking to change it for RRQ versus Aura Fire.
Let's see for game 1. Lineup Dawn, here we go. Kabuki, indeed confirmed, you're right. Kabuki will play that Phobius in the gold lane now. Without the marksman though. Aura Fire, how are they going to handle that mid towards that late game? It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I am convinced with their game plan, all right? I'm convinced with their game plan. I'm still hopeful, so let's see.
I think right, like, I see where the Phobius pick is going, because in late game, all you have to do is just pouring all the damage towards 1-1, because Kabuki, once there is a dash from 1-1, he can just pop up the Demonic Force, Facehugger as well. Feather Airstrike, I think it's more than enough to take care of Skylar, plus the engage potential coming in from Van to the back line. So it's gonna be real hard for Skylar to actually stay alive in late game.
You know what? Earlier, Eterna mentioned that Fluffy went for the Akai arrival. Oh my god, a kill!
First blood going to fall into the hands of Aura Fire here in the early game. Definitely the aggression has been punished by RRQ, but remember, as the game progresses, this Paquito is going to be even more of a nuisance to Aura Fire. We saw Albert using it against the Hayabusa and the Lancelot of other opponents, and he pops off in the mid lane, in the mid game.
Yeah, back to my point here. Fluffy arrival. You mentioned this in the draft, but take a look at another engage.
Oh, Terms of Blade gonna be popped up here for the Airstrike as well. 11 still able to get away as Facehugger is gonna force a flicker here in the early stage of the game. But eventually Lemon goes down, and that's gonna be another pickoff here for Aura Fire in the early game. And that's exactly how they need to play.
Oh my, Fluffy with a ruffle! Just going into Skylar is gonna get taken down real easy with Kabuki. Going into Kurifa, going in with the Tyrant's Revenge, but not much there he can do.
So, I love it, right? Aura Fire playing this just heavy right off the bat. Neutral objective though has spawned, and it seems like Ban is already on that area. Let's see though, the setup again. This was also in the hot topic. Let's see how will they be able to grab it. It seems like it'll be first a free turtle.
It seems like Aura Fire is going to be able to get this without contest right now. Doesn't seem like Albert was able to get it for the moment, but Facehugger here in the mid lane, opening up that Feather Airstrike, already zoning play away, and this is one of the advantages that Aura Fire has here. The fact that they're able to clear the waves a lot quicker than RRQ, and they're capitalizing over it really well, putting pressure onto the side lanes.
Wow, the engage though from Fluffy. Who saw that coming? But I feel like this is just the problem for 1-1 picks in general. It's not really a good pick in early stage of the game compared to Brody, compared to Melissa. Just the difference in early game potential is just not there, especially 1-1. You have to pop that control tank and get items.
Oh, Godiva is coming and is actually going to be able to take a Skylar down. Kabuki gets the kill. Tons of Blaze opened up to the backside bin, still able to get out. And the Feather Airstrike deals out the damage. Godiva doesn't really want to go for another engage, and Clay is the one to fall. 2-0 there in that engage as Aura Fire push the tempo in the early game.
Make that 5-0 3K gold lead, but there's gonna be a pause as there's some technical issue, I believe, for this game. So be patient, guys, and we're gonna we're gonna be back in action in a second. Connie, what are you gonna say?
You know what? This is what I expect, right? From Side of Our Fire, right off the bat, they go guns blazing, playing proactively. They utilize this Ling in the early game. And there you go, 5-0. First neutral objective secured. Pressure on the gold lane. They're playing their cards right here for the Side of Our Fire. And RRQ, they look stunned. They look shunned here in the first early 5 minutes. What they...
It might be too early to say, but it's giving me flashbacks to Aura Fire last season, right? They
Does it
love
give you
doing
hope?
that. They love it to play towards their strengths, and they're doing it here. The fact that they're able to win in these brawl, team fights, the aggression, the pickoffs, that's what they were known to do last season. And this season, we didn't see that at all. And we're starting to see that show. And it really makes sense. Aura, they always try and utilize really grunty heroes, right? They try to get that mid-game control because they know going all in, especially with the Phoveus pick and no MM, that in that late stage of the game, they don't stand a chance against RRQ. So at this point, the clock is definitely ticking for them, and hopefully they can maintain this snowballing effect to be able to make it in that mid-game.
And also, to add to that, right, RRQ, all they need to do is just withstand the storm in from the early game. But also, they need to pick their battles. They do not want to get driven here by the Side of Aura Fire. Sure, they can tough it out, take it right to the chin towards that late game. But what if there's no late game? What if this is just an 11, 12-minute game? Then RRQ, they might suffer a game one. So what they need to do is also somehow control the tempo here. Don't let Aura Fire play their tempo and drive them to their cards.
Yeah, back to keys of victory. Can play those cheese picks and knowing like
love it.
adapt. Like it's the perfect, right? They play exactly like the keys of victory has been provided by MPL. Cheese picks, Phoveus on gold lane, just adapting. Also Phoveus against a 1-1. There's also another cheese pick in Akai. We've never seen that before in any team out there. The only team that's been pulling it off is Aura Fire. They has not found a success so far, but this might be the time they actually pop off.
Let's see, let's see. It seems like their game plan is also very, very... Oh, happy birthday on Moonton.
What?
It's Azwin.
Yeah,
it's
Mas Azwin.
Mas Azwin's
Okay.
birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday indeed, Mas Azwin. But also, check out the promo code MPL Date.
I don't like the pauses like this. It's gonna lead to this. I know what's coming.
What is coming?
Oh, this is MPL date. Stop showing these couples, man.
Why?
Because tomorrow...
Why are you so bitter?
No. Because tomorrow, Arashi
going on?
and Chefin will go with that promo code.
Oh, to get that 20% discount. Smart.
Why not? You know, why not?
Single man, single all the way. It's so sad that I'm sandwiched by guys like you and him. Hey, single man.
All right.
This just got really depressing, but right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the pause. There is troubleshooting here from the side of RRQ, and don't forget that we want to give the best to the players, give them the best convenience as well, and to give you guys the best entertainment possible in order for both of these teams to be able to perform at their top level game as well.
Well, it seems like the player that has has experienced trouble is Vin. I think so. He has some issue regarding the audios perhaps here. So let's see here what will. I think they're still working on it. But yeah, Aura Fire. I love their surprise early attack.
Yeah, definitely.
You know?
So far,
I love it.
yeah, as you said earlier, Kanye, they have to pick their fights, but in this case, though, Aura Fire has been forcing the fights towards RRQ. A lot of good engage from Katifa, and it's not really... He definitely popped off on this hero this time around. He has not found a success so far with that Kufra pick. A lot of basically just picking out the wrong target, bad follow-ups, but in this case, there's just... Follow-up is easy to make because Demonic Force pretty much covers a lot of ground, right? You can just follow it up with a single tap, with a single ult. And what I like about this is the combination between Akai and Phoveus. I think we haven't talked about this. Once Akai got that heavy spin, just spinning around the map, just scattering all the team fights, it also procs the Demonic Force, which also enhances the Kabuki's potential with that Flame Shot too. So it's a really, really good cheese draft.
And oh, it seems like okay. RRQ here, yeah. Look, they need a win, and here why?
Upper bracket.
They need to solidify themselves in that second place upper bracket. So let's see. Both teams here going all in, going all out. And what do you think? What do you expect here, Eterna? Aura Fire 5-0, but I see no smile on your face.
Huh? You know, it's too. We don't want to celebrate too early, right?
I mean, just not even a smile.
I mentioned it, right? I mentioned that it's showing me glimpses of what Aura Fire used to be. But of course, that also requires an amount of discipline that I feel like has faltered for Aura Fire, especially this season. And doing that against a team as veteran as RRQ, that's something that they will have the eyes to see, and they will take that opportunity away from you in an instant. So although they're leading this early game, it doesn't really mean much at this point.
Okay, so playing it safe, Connie. Like she doesn't want to get too hot-headed, and you know, just stick to reality, I guess.
I mean, we're casters. We gotta be neutral.
Is it? Are you neutral?
I am neutral. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we need to also, yeah. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we are still somehow waiting for the match to start.
Like, imagine if Aura wins this, wins against ONIC 2, and just straight up sweep all the matches that they have and goes to the playoffs. That would be one of the best run in MPL ID of all time, but chances of that happening is of course pretty low. Even though Aura turned it around at this later stage of the season, I feel like the fire is just way too late. And yeah, we're gonna see some fans just taking some pictures of their favorite players here.
My goodness, yeah. Trying to find the right vantage point, it seems like there. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to also see your opinions, perhaps in live comments regarding the composition. What do you think? Which side do you prefer? And this is going to be... Oh, take a look at the redeemable codes.
Oh, you guys can get access to small emblem packs.
I'm reading it.
Don't forget to use it. I'll read you one here. 2NFCC4SS4JHG22Q5X. You're welcome.
You want to read the whole thing?
No,
Eterna?
just one.
Okay.
Just one's fine.
You missed the letter.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you're right. I was just testing you. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are still waiting here on RRQ, right? Bangdok with their draft. What happened in the early game? I'm sure this is not within the game plans from Bangdok.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's just 1-1 is pretty much not a good pick for early game because there's just no potential at all in early game. You have to wait for the items, you have to wait for the setup, and in this case, Franco would work better than Grok, but unfortunately he has been banned for Vayne. Knowing that Franco is banned, they opted to go for the Grok, and it's gonna be harder for Skylar to actually pop that crossbow tank. The only, I would say, viable targets if he doesn't get catch by, for example, the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage, or gunned down by Feathered Airstrike, I think it's just Fluffy just going in the front line trying to disperse RRQ's composition or disperse RRQ's teamfight strategy. So it's actually real hard to make it work.
You know what I also expect from the side of Aura Fire, if they really want to maintain this lead, they should respect 1-1. Earlier, we saw a 1-1 game, and what do they go for in the early itemization? Winner's Truncheon. Exactly. So I expect Aura Fire to perhaps second or third item, they should prio that Winner's Truncheon.
Even Akai.
Anyone at that point, right? Just to secure and perhaps bait that crossbow of tank, Winner's Truncheon, and then that 1-1 should be, again, just irrelevant. Should be a non-factor in this game if hopefully they can pull that off.
This is one of the rare moments where I feel like Aura Fire have been given a draft and they're able to actually utilize it properly and execute on it properly, right? Because sure, the 1-1 is weak in the early game, but laning against the Phoveus, it should be 1-1, right? To be able to win it out. And 1-1 should, and they should be able to play on that winning lane for the side of RRQ. But Aura Fire know this. Aura Fire have been very actively ganking that top lane. We see Godiva on the Kufa as well as the Farsa on Facehugger. They just keep on rotating towards that top side. And with that in mind, it was kind of a pity that RRQ had to lose in the drafting phase in that mid lane. The fact that the Farsa is going to be able to clear a lot faster as well than the Valentina compared to the Valentina in the hands of Clay.
Also,
And
here's a fun fact.
Here's a fun fact that you guys actually pointed out. You guys said that Aura Fire has a really weak hero pool, and it's not true. Number 2 highest unique heroes picked in Season 11. Remember, there were a lot of weird picks coming in from Aura Fire earlier on in the season. There was the Saber jungle that didn't work out. They have tried. They experimented a lot. They have explored as well. But like I mentioned before, this is one of the rare situations where they're able to actually execute the draft properly, because before it feels like there's a disconnect with what the coach wanted versus what the players did inside the game. I'm not really sure why that has occurred throughout the season.
Yeah, okay. It is one thing to have a wide hero pool and can pull it off, but it seems like the season Aura Fire, so yeah, creative. Tried a lot of things, tried a lot of strats as well. But it seems like it just doesn't come to fruition here in Land of Dawn. Different story, but seems like the players, they are almost ready. So perhaps in a very bit here, we are going to jump back to the Land of Dawn.
Just I also want to touch on that hero pool stat, right? First one was BTR with 43, 42 with Aura, and 40 with Orbellion. So it doesn't really mean, even if you bring out unique strats or unique hero pools or strats that people haven't seen and people is not really comfortable with, it doesn't mean it translates to win. As you can see, Aura Fire already 8th place. Rebellion is in the berth of playoffs, but not in the best position also. And yeah, this is also a fun fact. Aura brings back the Akai arrival strategy they once used in Season 10 against Alter Ego and PTR. Aura is the only team in MPL Indonesia that uses strategy. Might be in the whole world too. Like we...
You mentioned this, Eterna. You still remember, like it was yesterday, of course. And let's see. Hopefully this season it can work. Only Fluffy, not even only Aura, only Fluffy can pull this strat off, right? Let's see.
Touching back onto what Sheffin was mentioning, right? About having unique heroes, it doesn't mean that you can go to lengths with it. And that's exactly true. I think we learned that the hard way with Bigetron when Coach Aldo picked up the Hanabi for Marky, right?
Yep.
That's something that we don't see. I mean, there was a slight possibility that it could have worked, realizing the revamp that she had, the fact that they even brought in the Matilda as well in the second game to be able to amplify that first ability of anti-CC. But that's just it, experimentation. And you're right, sometimes it doesn't work out.
So we'll see here. Will this time, with the Kai arrival, first time in Season 11, will they be able to pull it off? Let's talk about RRQ here with their composition as well. What will they go for? What they need to do to bounce back in the after this. What do you think, Shepard?
I think it's just, again, just like Peloisky with GEEK SLATE, just play it safe. But in this case, Aura Fire has been pressing the issue, pressing the team fights. They don't want to play like passively, as they know they have a better engage potential, and RRQ is just reacting to it. In this case, you have Phobius, you have Farsa, is pretty much the biggest threat towards that 1-1. But after this, it looks like we're gonna take a break for a second to figure out what's happening in the stage. So we're gonna see you guys in a second.
Stay tuned.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Welcome back to the stream. Unfortunately, we're still trying to figure out what's happening and we're trying to fix it as soon as possible. Of course, with me, again, Sheffin, Eterna, and Gani, we're still fired up in this match. Of course,
We're still
Aura Fire.
very fired up.
Yeah, Aura Fire. Gotta have the fire, right?
Gotta have the fire for
blazing.
sure. And it feels like they do have the fire right now. And we'll see. We'll see how this comes through.
Yeah, I just realized like Godiva changed his name with Godiva F. Does F stands for fire?
Godiva Fire.
Yeah,
I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
Yeah. But before that, we're gonna shout out our sponsors for Cinepolis, of course. You can see I got the ticket here. You can watch MPL ID Season 11 there in theaters. There's also some discount around 20,000 for exclusive MPL ID fans. So if you like ML, if you like MPL, wanna just go to Cinepolis. You can also watch a lot of movies there and also experience the sensation of watching the latest movies with 7.1 visual and audio. You wanna say it together? All around you.
Quality. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, check it out or just scan the QR code below moi, to have more details to check what is in store for Cinepolis right here. So, what's wrong? What's wrong? What are you checking? What are you checking for? Validity check or what?
I'm just very, very grateful, you know, because Cinepolis, I've been wanting to go to Cinepolis for a long time, and I finally got a voucher for it. This is kind of touching.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
This is a big moment for Sheffin here, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, it's a big moment also for Aura Fire. Against all odds, they're leading the early game, but of course, this is still the early game RRQ. They're also notorious to find the comebacks to somehow defend their base as well. So it's still, the job is not done here for Aura Fire, especially in game 1.
Yeah, definitely, as I said earlier, it turned out to Van. Really, really good objective taker. As you said, the ratio is just insane. Ooh. But looks like we're just gonna go straight into the game for Aura Fire versus RRQ again. Skylar in the top lane trying to make things happen.
Yep, let's see. It seems like the issue has been repaired. And now it's still 5-0 Aura Fire, establishing already 2,500 gold lead. Second turtle is up. Last time in the first turtle, it was actually Aura Fire with the better setup. RRQ though, it seems like looking at the rotations, they want to contest.
Right now, Aura Fire can have a better positioning around the turtle. Vin opening up the map here. Kabuki trying to zone Albert away, but the airstrike opened up. Vin gets chunked very low. And they're actually going to go in for the kill, but look at that! Temple Blade's going to be able to get out of that sticky situation that was forced onto him by Clay, but unfortunately, he's going to be taken down. Facehugger, Kabuki, they're trying to land and engage onto Clay and Skylar, but unfortunately, they don't find it. Aura Fire had it in the bag. They should have just focused on the objective, but instead, they went in for the kill, and this is what they get in return. Godiva charging up, going to be able to get Albert very low.
Oh my God.
Albert still able to get out for now. Kabuki goes in once again for the zoning onto Skylar, but Skylar pops in. The crossbow of Tang. Gonna take Godiva down, but there's like once again, but eventually it's gonna be that. RRQ, they're gonna have the advantage in the fact that they were able to get the Lord, even though they had to lose Vin in the process.
As I said earlier, play reactively, play passively, but Facehugger is in trouble as the feather airstrike will not be able to get him as he can gate away with a flicker there. But as I said earlier, play reactively. Just Fan going in kind of greedy, but I guess I understand like the attempt there. A kill plus a turtle is definitely something that you want to go for, but in this case, Finn has something in mind. He has the wall charge and beautiful follow-up by Clay, knowing that he has the heavy spin as well, Goni. My goodness.
Yeah, the wall charge, right? He was 2-3 steps ahead, and Van got outplayed there. And now it seems like Aura Fire, they lost the 2,000 gold lead. Now down to 1,500, but Fluffy engages.
Oh, Fluffy going in for the heavy spin here. Gonna be able to not really get much of anything on the board. I guess they are gonna be able to get some space for Facehugger to clear the waves as soon as possible because they want to go for another engage on a lane. But you can see here RRQ very quick with the rotations here, already pressuring that bottom side. 1-1, gonna put on some damage on Van here. Arrival comes through for Fluffy. he enters the bottom side as well, and Aura Fire, they're able to defend that bottom side turret.
Yeah, interesting approach from RRQ here, just switching lanes for Skylar, knowing that he has not the best time for against the Phobius, but it looks like Kabuki doesn't want to go, hey, Skylar, I'm here, don't go anywhere just yet.
Oh! Huge pick here, but it's not going to be a kill, as Vin was still able to get the flicker out as well. Good idea. Sadly, not the greatest of executions and fallouts. Vin, of all people, still going to be able to sustain through the damage, especially from Farsa here in the early game.
2 ultimates were used for that play before Turtle, right? So that's going to be information here, perhaps. No Tyrant's Rage, no Feather Strike RRQ. They might pull the trigger first here, but Aura Fire, they did a good job here to try to delay the Turtle take, giving time for the cooldowns. Facehugger's Feather Airstrike is up now.
Ooh, it's up, but man opted to go for the blue buff instead, knowing that his potential is on that buff, just reducing all the energy spent for that Finch Poise. But again, it's gonna be a cat and mouse game for Skylar and Kabuki. Kabuki wants to go against Skylar, but in this case, Skylar always rotating towards the opposing side of that Phobius.
Well, it seems like bot side can be secured here. Van will be able to rotate. Oh, a catch.
Again, Godiva going to be able to use all that onto Vin for the airstrike as well here, but Albert going to be able to cancel it here in the back line. Clay with the heavy spin, going to be able to pin Kabuki down, but look at this. Kabuki goes in once again for the engage onto Skylar, but he's taking too much damage, but it procs the shield, going to be able to save his life. He's going to be able to regen through all that damage coming in from RRQ, and Van has the space to be able to get the neutral objective. Lemon, though, doesn't want to go down without a fight, dealing some damage here with the final slash onto Facehugger. Facehugger has nowhere to run. He's going to get taken down. Godiva not going to be able to say much about that particular engage. But once again, he goes in. No follow-up just yet, and that might be a mistake. Albert looking in for the kill, for the trade, but he doesn't get it. All he goes for is the jungle.
Ooh, a trade after trade there, and Van most likely is gonna take the turret in the bottom lane as well. But in that exchange so far, who's the double? Who's taking the W, Goni?
I'm gonna be honest with you, RRQ. Why? Bot side taken down, top side as well. Sure, RRQ turret's top side is low, but at this point, right, Aura Fire, they lost that lead. RRQ practically equalizing on that area. Let's see though, Aura Fire can still maintain pressure if they are able to clear the lanes more, I gotta say, more efficiently and more effectively, right? That is the only department they need to somehow repair. Apart from that, splendid job, but let's see here, RRQ.
Oh, Godiva with the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge gets cancelled by Clay with a heavy spin once again. Fluffy goes in for the same thing. Vin gets the wild charge on to 3 members. RRQ with the crossbow tank, gonna eliminate Godiva as Vin gets taken down. But you can see here a 1-for-1, 2-for-1 trade. Sorry, Clay Vin is going to be taken down. Still worth it for Aura Fire for the moment, but what can they utilize to capitalize over it?
Ooh, so far only 1k gold lead for Aura Fire after that beautiful engage. 2-1, definitely a W for them. But in this case, Goni, look at this. Albert is actually doing a Pakitang. Not a tank slot, it's a Pakitang.
It is a Tankito, as we call it. So, of course, Demon Slayer twice, right? Pakito tank was, oh my god, another engage round. But okay, will they commit to this? I'm not sure. But Aura Fire, they need to, okay, let's see.
Oh, we'll see indeed here. Lemon using the final slash. Not much of a follow-up just now, but they need to pay close attention to Clay here, right? Because every time Aura Fire wants to go for an engage, especially, they're relying a lot on Godiva here with the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge. It gets cancelled by the heavy spin from Clay. So maybe coming to this, every time an opponent goes against a Valentina, they try their best to stay away from the map. And I guess it's a little bit difficult because Fluffy on the arrival, the point is he needs to go in for the split pushes to look for more pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, speaking of split push though, Fan has not been playing in the team fight so far. He's just going to get turrets and everything because I think it's just his style, you know, just going for objectives is his type of style. But look at this, Lemon is still on the upper side lane, but right now, Kaboom going in.
Kabuki gonna be able to zone play for the moment, but the heavy spin gets him out of that situation. Feather airstrike gonna deal so much damage! Oh my god, Kabuki goes into the back line! He's not gonna be able to get the kill onto Vin, and he's gonna be able to get a lot of damage from play as well as Skylar. But Van is still able to secure the Lord, and Godiva gets taken down by Skylar. Because the blaze opened up by Van, he's gonna be able to get Lemon down. But what else? Here, as Havoc really reeks here in the back line, especially in the hands of Skylar. But next, Play goes down in the hands of Play. For the airstrike opened up a facehugger. He uses his wings by wings to get out of that situation. But it's gonna be still RRQ being able to get a little bit of damage onto the turret there in the mid side.
Yeah, credit to Fluffy, they're just zoning all of RRQ members away, especially Albert, denying all the pressure towards that lower tech, and Van has the time, all the time in the world to actually execute that retribution. A perfect lower take for Aura Fire.
A perfect one, and another engage perhaps might ensue.
Yeah, Fluffy goes in for the heavy spin, trying to pin out a member, but it was only Vin, so he doesn't want to commit onto it. So the airstrike opened up, Albert's gonna receive a little bit of damage there from that ultimate, but other than that, it doesn't seem like Aura Fire wants to commit too much. As the Lord is taken down there in the bottom side, but the waves are still crashing there in the top side. Will Aura Fire commit onto that? And the answer is no. They're going to play the discipline game, but they don't want to overcommit too much, as RRQ can punish that.
I love it, right? It's very scrappy, it's very messy, it's very tribal here in game one between Aura Fire and as well as RRQ. But it seems like Aura Fire, they're able to survive the early game. They're still in control in the mid game as well here, 5,000 gold lead. But again, they need to somehow control fights. I need to check items. I want to know how many Winter Strunton built. Because if not Skylar now, I bet he is already activated here with that VHS, with the corrosion scythe as well. Let's see though, an engage perhaps here for Kabuki.
There's just so much action that you don't have time to check out the items, right? Lemon already with the final splash onto Kabuki though. But the damage coming through for the airstrike opened up as well as Van already with so much damage, right? This is actually quite interesting. Van, we know him as a utility jungler, but he didn't even go for the Demon Slayer. He went for the killing spree.
Ooh, definitely an interesting build indeed. But I want to answer your question there, Connie. Kabuki already built the Winter Truncheon. Actually, second item, I believe.
There you go.
Yeah, just respecting the 1-1 potential here. Just Kabuki knows that he's pretty much the prime target for 1-1 to actually proc the crossbow tank. And right away, a Winter Truncheon in the second item, just denying all of the chaining potential from that. But Vin is definitely one of the heaviest burden here. Has to open the map against a Farsa, against a Kupra, which is pretty much, a lot of times for a lot of roamers out there, it's pretty much a suicide.
Well,
but in this case,
I also love what he built already, right? Oracle. Why? I'm quite sure RRQ already have a couple of... Oh my god!
Oh, Lemon gonna be taken down there. Van going in for another kill. Albert gonna be the next one to fall. Aura Fire once again pushing the limits, pushing the aggression, taking the tempo for themselves. With two members taken down inside of RRQ, it's a free Lord for Aura Fire here in the 15th minute of the game.
2 off-camera kills. I believe that was the work of the Diva and Facehugger, as they don't have their own currently feathered airstrike already on the cooldown. But yeah, right now, real-time win probability, Aura Fire 2-1 against RRQ.
Aura Fire has an 8,000 gold lead against the Kings of Kings. If you if someone told me about this, I would definitely think
you're lying.
Yeah, you're lying. You're joking. Yeah,
especially
finally item-wise here. Winter Struncheon only built for Phoveus, but again, I do want to back to my point here. Oracle. Why I love Oracle is because Arlet built Dominance Ice, Grok also built that Dominance Ice. That Oracle just negates that Dominance Ice. Let's see though, the pressure from Aura Fire.
Already a siege here in the mid side. You can see the wave pushing for the airstrike open up, then absorbs quite a amount of damage as Skylar goes in for the engage here to get into the back line. Zoning out Lemon as well, but the heavy spin from Clay is going to prove a nuisance for Van there into the front line. But this is it. Kabuki gets stunned. The crossbow of Tang gets procced as well. Transferred onto Fluffy here, but no damage onto him. You can see though, Kabuki gonna be the one to fall, and RRQ still being able to defend their base.
Still a big W though, no turrets whatsoever from the side of RRQ, and right now they can only hope that Skylar is gonna proc that crossbow tank in the late game. and just pretty much sweeps all the members of Aura Fire. But right now, it's a concealed play for... No, it's not. Kabuki already buying the Winter Truncheon again.
He's very aggressive there into the back line. Bavin with a crazy wild charge, gonna be able to get Godiva taken down. The kill goes on to Skylar. Not the perfect hero you want to give kills over on. He's at a 4-2-2 KDA right now. It's 17 minutes of the game. Skylar, he's starting to get activated.
Again, right? They overcommit on that fight. They know that it was a 4v5. Kabuki was practically dead at that point, but they somehow force an engage. And with an extra man, of course, RRQ will capitalize on that ore. Godiva being the only casualty though. Fortunately for Aura Fire, nothing else was on the board, such as IE Lord. But now, again, tempo is gone down. Aura Fire, though, still in full control with 3 base turrets taken down here inside of RRQ. It's still very strange to see here. RRQ losing, but Aura Fire, splendid job.
Ooh, this is kind of tricky, you know, because Fluffy and Van is probably the only heroes that will split or clear lanes for Aura Fire's late game, and it works because Fluffy has the arrival, which pretty much can be a really good potential for flanks, for anything, and Van has the quick force pretty much catch up to any team fight that he wants to go for. But right now, another Lord dance for RQ versus Aura Fire. Godiva
Charging right now.
Bot lane.
Find the current target so far, but they're gonna go all in onto Lemon. Feather airstrike opened up. You can see the time of the blades as well, as Lemon is gonna be the first one from the side of RRQ to fall. With a man advantage, Aura Fire, they're looking to go for more, but Van is too low to participate in this Lord Dance. He needs to pinch poise back into the situation as soon as possible, as Aura, they're trying to buy some time. But oh my god, Vin gets taken down next. 3 members left only for RRQ as Albert goes in once again. I don't think this is something that they want to commit to up until this point. And Aura Fire once again with a free Lord take.
RRQ, they know better. They will not commit to any contest, but what an engage there, Lemon. He overextends there, he overcommitted. And I guess Aura Fire took that opportunity, seeing that he was quite isolated, commit to it. And there you go, 5v4, not long after a very good re-engage from side of Aura Fire, committing on towards Vin, the frontliner, and it was 5v3 at that point. So Aura Fire, yet again, will secure the Lord, 10,000 goldie. Take a look at the items here. 2 Immortals ready, 2 Winter's Truncheon, so they are ready for an end. Let's see the defense though. Aura Fire, can they pull off game 1?
Ooh, Lemon has been playing too reactively. Again, another mistake for Bison. Oh my god, Lemon going in.
Yeah, he goes in for the final slash onto 3 members, but unfortunately the follow-up really isn't there. And the airstrike gets opened up. Kabuki once again with the pneumatic force into the back line, going to be able to zone the members down.
The base.
Winter Truncheon clutch here, but the base is going to fall to the damage coming in from Aura Fire as they are going to lead this best of 3 series against RRQ.
The Dragons strike first, and the Kings of Kings, for now, they need to defend their castle. Will they be able to close out the victory in game 2, or will the Kings of Kings equalize? But what a display from Aura Fire. From the early game towards the end, no marksman, and they can pull it off.
Oh, 1-1, oh, 1-1. They dialed
0%.
1-1, and there is no answer. But yeah, 5 picks, 0%. I think it's just time to let go to 1-1 because teams are much more prepared to go against this hero. There's a lot of counter, especially in that Phobias. It has been working 2 times in this game so far. But Aura Fire, finding that sliver of hope that they've been trying to desperately find so far. Again, Kabuki and crew. Godiva especially playing quite well with the Kufra, unlike the previous matches that he had. Like, wow, this might be the turnaround that they needed. Might be a little too late though.
Aura's G-Strat allowed them to control the game. Pacing, tempo. And RRQ, they weren't able to withstand that tempo, withstand the pacing that Aura Fire created. And it's 1-0. Aura Fire played that perfectly.
It's finally great to see Aura Fire finally playing to their strengths, right? Finally utilizing their comfort heroes, finally utilizing their comfort strategy, which is an all-in brutal early towards mid-game where they like to snowball from the get-go, and that was the exact same gameplay that they were able to execute there in game number 1. But that's it, right? Can they be able to utilize that same strategy twice?
Yeah, definitely. That's
G-strats, they're kind of
that's
like,
the question.
you know,
Cheese
one-hit
only
wonder.
works one. Yeah. Once. As you can see, in M42, Todak actually pulled off like a switcheroo between EXP and Cool. It doesn't work out in the playoffs. They got completely obliterated. But in this case, Aura Fire, Phoveus in the gold lane, of course, that's a reactive pick towards the 1-1. But does it make sense for Aura Fire to actually play other fighters in that gold lane like Chao back then? Or maybe a Yu Zhang back then? Kabuki played that a lot in the heads. I think Tezet is the one who's coaching at that time, and we can see the items here, Connie.
I mean, item-wise, it's just splendid, right? Immaculate here. 2 dominance, 3 dominance ice here from Fluffy, Kabuki, and Godiva, showing, again, respect towards Lemon. Even Clay has a quote-unquote lifesteal. Albert as well. So all the passives, lifesteals, and whatnot will be just nullified by the presence of Fluffy, either Fluffy, Kabuki, or Godiva. And also do note that Facehugger and as well as Kabuki dealt a lot of damage, of course, alongside with Van. It's perfect. I love their draft already, even on the talent's prediction. I predicted Aura Fire.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh.
And it's GG.
Okay.
Draft-wise, I love it. 1-1 again is proven that just begs the question, right? Is he that prio?
Is she that
Or
prio?
is she that prio?
Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely a question, right? 5 picks, 0%, and a lot of Phoveus in the opposing lineup too. But I want to touch on the fact that is Lemon really the right EXP for RRQ? Because I don't want to get hated on by the Kingdom, but there's been a lot of instances where Lemon is pretty much, you know, kind of like playing too aggressively. When he has the ult, he's gonna pull the trigger right away. It does work out with heroes like Terizla, especially when you're winning the game. But in this case, when you're trying to defend the base, like the final slash going in the flicker, when the follow-up is just not there, it's not really well communicated. Is that the right play? Is this the right player to actually pull off in the playoffs for RRQ?
Well, we already knew that Lemon, that's his signature, right? He's very 50-50, he's very gacha.
Volatile.
People like to say that Lemon's a gacha type of person. Sometimes he makes that groundbreaking play when the follow-up is there, especially when either the situations are equal or they're ahead, right? But in a situation like before, like what we saw, when RRQ is behind in economy and even map presence, those kinds of plays don't really qualify as big moments for RRQ. So to ask that question is the same exact question that I think they should be asking themselves already throughout the entirety of the season, because that's just Lemon. At this point, when we see that, it's Lemon being Lemon. And it's worked out sometimes it doesn't. 50-50 gacha things.
Gacha things indeed, and it seems like in this current game in particular, it's a very, very tricky game here. Immediately, we jump into the gold curve without seeing the post game, it seems like. But take a look at the gold curve, almost RRQ. Well, they technically equalized, but they weren't able to really claim the gold department. It's just Aura Fire after, what, minute number 7, so it means after perhaps potentially that last turtle fight, RRQ just lost a lot of footing again. So it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of moment where Aura Fire reclaimed their control, and after that it was just no mistakes, little to none mistakes. They were able to micromanage their waves very, very greatly. And again, RRQ they were just driven by the gameplay from Aura Fire.
Yeah, I believe that dip that we saw in the graph was the moment when they were supposed to go in for the Lord, but Van overcommitted into the team fight instead, where he was pinned down, and it felt like the RRQ was able to get a little bit more footing into the momentum of the game. But afterwards, it felt like Van kind of readjusted and reset, and then he was more focused and more disciplined when it came down to it. He was focused more on the objectives and less on the kills.
So would you say it's a draft issue or draft gap here in this game, Connie?
I gotta say, it was, I feel like RRQ, they wasn't ready for that very fast gameplay, but this is gonna be your MVP for Game 1. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. It's gonna be the Ling Van 812, almost 8,000 GPM, 62% KP. He bought the Swift crossbow first and then built towards the Berserker, Windtalker, Malefic, and it's just a very, very clean execution by this guy.
That's an insane stat. For a jungler in this current meta, 948. That's more than most gold laners get.
Yeah.
I think the only person to get real close to that is CW, right? With 1,000, but he's a gold laner.
True.
And Van wasn't even using the Demon Slayer emblem.
True.
How was he able to get that much gold?
Did you not see his rotations?
Yeah.
Let's see. His map, he was practically everywhere for the first 5 minutes. Turtle, top side, bot side, claiming farming jungles. Himself and as well as enemies claiming kills here and there. That just adds up. That accumulated in almost 8,000 gold. Let's see here the replay. First blood goes towards the jungler. Again, Van, he was everywhere in this highlight. Take a look. Van is top side, bot side. He is everywhere, and this is also why he deserves not just for a team fight. He is also practically there, even though he lost on the retribution initially, but he's also always there for that contest. And again, it seems like in this current highlight here, Skylar on this 1-1, sure, he got a couple of kills, but impact-wise, after the mid-game, especially towards that late game, when this Runchers was bought, it's very hard to deliver the crossbow of Tang straightforward with impactful crossbow attacks as well. And again, this guy, the MVP, he was everywhere. This was also the crucial one where he took down Lemon first, and this was the final push from that game. Aura Fire again showing intensity, but control intensity in that game. Control.
It's a really weird composition, or like it's a really hard composition to actually execute, right? Because RRQ is clear that they want to go front to back, especially with Skylar on the lineup. You want to proc that crossbow tank, but the thing is, when you're trying to front to back and your own back is actually getting shredded by Ling, getting shredded by Kabuki with Phobius with Demonic Force, and Feathered Airstrike is also there, it's gotta be real hard for you to actually stay in the team fight, and that's the problem for RRQ so far.
Very difficult for them to grab a win, indeed. Especially grab that early game for RRQ. But you guys can grab food and grab some transport to the venue. For new users, enjoy a 50% discount for the grab food by using the promo code down below. It's MPL ID XGRAB, or you can scan the QR code. And if you guys want to hop on over to the venue, you guys can do that too, because Grab is offering you a 90% discount.
90. You're not joking, 90%. So check it out, scan the QR code below, or check grb.to/MPL.
And would you like to win MLBB Hero Skins? Get ready for the Grab Challenge on March 18. There's going to be a lot of event from Grab as well. Of course, check it out at grb.to/MPL.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. That was game 1, though. That was game 1 of Aura Fire. RRQ, can they reverse sweep? Or, with that momentum, Aura Fire can clean sweep the Kings of Kings?
It's gonna be pretty awkward for Bangduk. From, you know, you're going into the highest of high, just going in.
Not yet though, right?
Yeah. Going in, winning against ONIC, then just losing against the 8th placer. But before that, if you want to play at the highest level, you're gonna need a better device, the best in the business. It's Samsung Galaxy Series 5G, which includes Galaxy A34 and Galaxy A54. The specs are no joke, Eterna, and will make your gaming experience even more enjoyable. The RAM, 8 GB. Memory, 256 GB. Screen is Super AMOLED Plus with a refresh rate up to 120 Hz. The
Wow.
processor is Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready. The battery 5000 mAh. Quad cameras up to 50 megapixels. IP67 water resistant rating. And the price, Connie, I think it's gonna be real pricey, right?
Affordable.
Is it?
5 million IDR.
Oh my god.
You can also get a cashback here. Up to 1.1 million around.
No way.
Including cashback of 300,000. So what are you waiting for? Check it out, www.samsung.com/ID.
Yeah, of course, after you get your phone, you want to get iced out, Connie. You want to get iced out with all the golds out there, of course. UBS Gold coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection X MPL Season 11. Get yours at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
Yep.
Indeed. Eterna got it. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that gold as well, gold Land of Dawn, gold real life, you would also like to invest on MPL.
Invest on MPL.
Invest on MPL.
It, right?
To watch it.
To watch it.
Okay.
Week 1, week 2, week 3, get attached.
I'm actually quite surprised. We're already at week 5.
Yeah, it's just time goes by so fast.
Next week is going to be the last week.
Last week next week, guys.
I think Eterna, you just kind of, because you're an Aura Fire fan, you just kind of forget about the time, you know, just the losses just piling up in
not
your
really.
head, in your brain. So you kind of feel like time goes by really fast.
Not really, not really. I don't think that's the case. I just think that MPL ID Season 11 has been super enjoyable.
Okay.
So many things have happened. There's so many crazy things happening. GEEK SLATE going up in the standings.
Upper
it's just
bracket.
wonderful changes happening this season. It's not your regular MPL ID that you would expect. As we take a look here at the post-game recap as well, here Aura Fire leading the series 1-0 with a really good draft, honestly, going back to their roots once again.
And execution, right? Not just drafts. I feel like their execution was the surprise, right? Because numerous times, actually, Aura Fire drafted a brilliant draft, if not a very solid draft. But it seems like in this game, they were able to execute. They were able to execute the draft, their coach's vision, it seems like. And there you go, GG, game 1. Question still stands, though. Aura Fire, they're not really used to experiencing this 1-0 this season. Will they be able to bring that momentum in game 2?
Yeah, definitely. As we mentioned, cheese only works like once or twice. So Aura Fire will not be able to do that in this game, I believe, as 1-1 will probably not gonna be gonna be picked. Instead, it's gonna be banned for both of these teams. So there's not gonna be.
Let the 1-1 go, I feel like.
Oh, interesting. So like, if they let the 1-1 go, do you just like root for the team without the 1-1 on, or like how does that work?
Huh?
No, like he said that let the 1-1 go. Like, does that mean you want to go for 1-1 to get the win, or do you want to let go of the 1-1 because you can win against 1-1?
I want to say the second one, right?
Ah.
The amount of times that 1-1 has been left open has proven that 1-1's still sitting at a really low win rate. She's still 0% up to this point. And that's just it. I think from last season, honestly, there just have been a lot of counters towards the 1-1 after she got nerfed, right? The fact that you can purify her passive, the fact that you can use the Lolita as well. You can use Diggy, you can use Winter Truncheon. There's just so many answers towards the 1-1 in this current meta that I don't really think that she's as prio as she should be before. So it's still very interesting to me that these teams still go for the 1-1 ban, especially in that second phase, right? Always 1-1 Joy, 1-1 Joy, 1-1 Joy.
Yeah, Joy makes sense, but now seeing the very low percentage, I feel like the time is now. We might see a 1-1 unbanned and unpicked, so
yeah.
Let's see. I expect for both teams not to ban 1-1 and also not to pick up the 1-1.
Yeah, maybe a shift in meta. But honestly, I still think that if it comes down to it, if Aura gets the second pick, they still might prio that 1-1. Might. And I say this because Kabuki can't play 1-1.
Oh, cannot?
He can't.
Oh, really?
He hasn't found
you know-
success on the 1-1.
Oh yeah, he hasn't found success, but that's also the case in last season. He played Cloud and pretty much got flamed by the netizens, by internet for playing that Cloud. But in this season, even though he hasn't had the best win rate or the best record, but he popped off with that Cloud numerous times, man. But yeah, that might also be the case for 1-1. But as you can see here, you can flex with your Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's that 1-1, right?
Yeah.
That 1-1.
Because when I say that he can't perform on the 1-1, this is when the 1-1 was incredibly OP. Last season, literally no real reason to leave it open. The passive nerf wasn't there yet. And even then, when Kabuki gets his hands on the 1-1, he still can't perform as well as he can on the other heroes.
Yeah, that's just begs the question again. Perhaps here, though, this might be too far-fetched, but RRQ, Bangduk, might ban the Phobius for first phase to bait out that 1-1 ban and open up other heroes. Or I don't think that's necessary, perhaps.
It's definitely an option, but I think a ban, it's worth so much, especially against Aura Fire. You have a lot of pretty much, I wouldn't say signature heroes, but there's a lot of cheese picks, right? Kadira is there. Maybe you want to ban the Fanny because Kabuki going to that jungle. Wait, can Van play Fanny? I believe he can, right? I think so, right?
Yeah. Van can play Fanny.
And Fanny is pretty much one of the most hated heroes by RRQ. As you can see in the ban list, they really hate the Fanny. Banned it numerous times. One of the top 5 right now.
A very interesting approach here. But now we are about to enter the drafting phase. As what other expectations perhaps here? Yeah, Godiva picking up another Kufra. We might see another because, ladies and gentlemen, because again, keys to victory, Kufra, giving Godiva his comfort. And it seems like he's very comfortable on that Kufra, creating a lot of engages, providing cover as well. And I must say, if RRQ want to somehow break the momentum, they can try to ban the Kufra in the second phase.
I think Godiva is the easiest to target ban, honestly, from the side of Aura, because his hero pool, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty shallow, right? We've seen him find success on the Ruby last season, but right now the Ruby isn't doing too hot. But what's hot is the fact that you guys can redeem some codes here. Go ahead, because you guys can win in-game tickets. There's 10 vouchers that you guys can redeem. So go ahead and do that while we wait for the drafts of game number 2. And coming back to that point, right, Godiva, if you take away the Kadira, the Kufra,
Franco, perhaps?
Franco?
I don't, yeah.
Ruby, then.
He's used it, but
Ruby, then.
Wait, someone's rolling. Someone's rolling.
of it. You know,
Let's see. Wait. Whoa, that's a good roll. I think that's a good roll. You got 2 epics.
Thank you.
Have you rolled yet, Eterna?
Yes, I roll every day.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have diamonds. If you don't play me diamonds, go ahead and DM me. I would love to receive some free diamonds for you guys because I'm pretty low on diamonds right now.
Yeah, Shepin, give me diamonds.
Yeah. Speaking of expectations, though, Connie. No. I was just going back to the point of the game.
Okay. What are your expectations for game 2?
Expectations for RQ. Okay.
Any.
Like, Albert has been popping off with the Fanny, right? I think right now, we've seen Albert just doing some crazy stuff on this hero. Even I would say, dare I say, it's on the level of Kyrie in that game that I watched. So I want RRQ to kind of embrace the assassins that he's comfortable in and just play like ONIC.
What do you mean play like ONIC?
Kyrie is, in terms of ratio of utility junglers and non-utility junglers, Kyrie is the best in the league. He has been pulling off some Julius, Ling, Fanny, Hayabusa especially. So yeah, embrace those assassin picks and make Albert pop off like Kyrie. I think that might also be a solution towards, I wouldn't say struggle, but a solution to win more games in this season and secure the upper bracket themselves.
I have a question though, right? Talking about Albert, he was on the Paquito earlier on. Did he use the Tankito before as well?
No.
When he played the Paquito?
No,
Didn't he
assassin.
go full damage?
Yeah.
This was his
Not
first
the
time.
emblem, the build.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah.
I believe he goes for killing spree, but you can also go here with your significant other or your families to watch MPL on MPL Dead. That's the promo code, so you can get promos to get here. And you can also get here with Grab 2 with 90% discount to Menara Kuningan. Moving on to the next topic, Connie. Let's not talk about this on the screen.
Audience cam. I want a caster cam. I want a caster cam.
Hey, yeah.
I want a caster
that'll
cam
be
just
nice.
zoom.
Cloud.
Wait, caster cam just zooms in Sheffin, right?
Yeah, because I love myself. I'll just hug myself.
Exactly.
I'm hugging myself, guys. Like you can really see
Sheffin,
I'm
all
hugging
right.
myself.
This is the question, right? This is the question. You're a new talent.
Yeah?
Which team do you support?
Oh,
Come
that's
on.
a hard question,
Come
man.
on.
I don't think you can put me on the spot like that. I'm more of a neutral fighter. I'm still looking
No,
for...
no. I don't want you to play safe. All right? I want you to claim your arc. All right?
So I'm in a bit of a bind here. I don't want to be called normie and pick RRQ, EVOS, or ONIC there. I'm not saying that you guys who support them are normies. Maybe you are a long-time fan. You've been there for the struggle for years, basically. But right now, I'm new on the scene. But yeah, let's just go back to the game, Connie. Let's not put me on the spot like that because I really cannot pick.
Okay.
So you haven't chosen?
No.
Okay, I'll give you a deadline, all right? I'm going to ask you again in 5 minutes, all right?
No. For all MPL teams out there, if you want my support, my very, very worthy support, especially, as you can see here, I'm very known to the world. I'm world famous, of course. But yeah, you can give me a jersey to get me to there.
Yeah, Sheffin fans, just buy him a jersey, all right? But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to perhaps take another short break.
Yeah, there's a few trouble there, but we're gonna go back to break. After this, we're gonna go back with us again for game number 2. Peace.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua takkan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our
Banyak wajah baru di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Kali ini, mereka telah memperlihatkan permainan yang luar biasa demi mencapai tahta tertinggi di MPL Indonesia. Format terbaik pun siap untuk mewarnai pertarungan di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Inilah para rookie monster terbaik regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. Setelah bergabung dengan GEEK Fam dengan divisi Mobile Legends Bang Bang pada MPL ID Season 10, Aboy langsung terpilih ke dalam jajaran roster di salah satu turnamen terkemuka di tanah air. Ia masuk ke dalam line up roster GEEK Fam Junior untuk MDL Indonesia Season 6. Memiliki permainan yang gemilang membuat Aboy terus dipercaya untuk bertanding. Dia pun masuk ke dalam line up roster untuk Mobile Legends Bang Bang Close Qualifier Piala Presiden Esports 2022. Perjalanan Aboy nyatanya masih panjang. Dia pun kembali dipercaya untuk membawa nama timnya di pagelaran MPL 2022. Di MPL Indonesia Season 11, Aboy dipercaya GEEK SLATE untuk mengisi line up roster utama untuk posisi mid laner. Performa yang baik dan surprise engage yang selalu tidak terprediksi oleh musuh menjadikan Aboy salah satu rookie yang wajib dipertimbangkan. Dalam segi cover up dan follow up damage yang cepat, gameplay Aboy hampir mirip dengan gameplay Ude. Dalam positioning, Ude lebih unggul dari Aboy. Tetap dalam agresivitas, Aboy tidak kalah dengan Ude.
Valentina Aboy itu bener banget, apalagi pas dia mencuri ulti dari Farsha, apalagi si Eve-nya gitu, bener-bener objektif banget sih aku lihat.
Hijume mengawali karirnya di perusahaan Mobile Legends Bang Bang dari EVOS Icon pada season 6. Setelah Hijume sukses membawa Indonesia menjuarai ISF 2022 dan Rising Star MPL Indonesia, ia dipercaya bergabung di roster EVOS Legends untuk mengisi slot mid laner pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Hijume membuktikan konsistensinya sebagai juara ISF 2022. Terbukti dapat membawa EVOS Legends menjadi tim papan atas hingga paruh musim regular season 11. Positioning yang rapi dan tidak mudah ditebak membuat gameplay Hijume bisa dibandingkan dengan Clay. Tetapi dalam segi rotasi, Hijume lebih unggul dari Clay.
Dulu juga sering Dims jarang dimainin, pas 2 support baru dimainin kan dia. Ya kalau untuk yang dulu masih kurang lah. Yang untuk pasnya itu ya sekarang. Kalau menurut gue chemistry-nya cocok banget sih sekarang dibanding yang dulu.
Vincent adalah pemain dengan role jungler terbaru Rebellion di MPL ID Season 11 yang baru dipromosikan dari tim MDL mereka, yaitu Rebellion Sinai sejak Season 5. Vincent mengawali MPL ID Season 11 dengan baik. Ia berhasil menumbangkan sangam naga api Aura Fire. Retribution yang on point dan mekanik yang tinggi berhasil membuat Rebellion tidak masuk zona degradasi di paruh musim babak reguler season 11. Inisiasi yang matang dan jarang mengalami small mistake, Vincent memiliki gameplay yang mirip dengan Kyrie. Dalam segi objektif dan retribution, Kyrie lebih unggul dari Vincent. Tetapi dalam rotasi dan backup team fight, Vincent lebih cepat daripada Kyrie.
Ya menurut aku Vincent walaupun baru naik ya ke MPL tapi udah oke banget sih mainnya, maksudnya dia percaya dirinya udah dapat, kayak yang di minggu lalu juga kayak udah oke, apalagi pas lagi pakai Fanny-nya ya beberapa kali aku takjub sih sama gameplay.
Van memulai perjalanan Frosinnya dari Aura Blaze pada MPL Indonesia Season 6. Setelah Van sukses menampilkan performa terbaik di MPL, dia dipromosikan untuk naik ke tim MPL yaitu Aura Fire. Van dipercaya bergabung dengan Aura Fire untuk mengisi slot jungler yang menggantikan Hype dan Kabuki setelah rolling and roll di week kedua. Permainan yang agresif dari Van membuat ia menjadi sorotan untuk rookie monster MPL ID Season 11. Van adalah jungler yang sangat agresif. Dengan gameplay tersebut, dia hampir mirip dengan Alter. Tetapi, walaupun memiliki agresivitas yang sama, Alter lebih matang untuk melakukan inisiasi daripada Van.
Langkah baik mereka menaikkan Van dengan perubahan role kayak begini juga mereka akhirnya menemukan hal baru. Tapi Van juga masih bisa dikunci. Kenapa? Karena Van dengan match yang udah dia lakukan, yang match yang udah dia berikan, hero-nya kelihatan banget.
Jungler muda dari Bigetron Alpha, yaitu Super Ken, berhasil mencuri sorotan para penggemar sim kompetitif Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia dengan debutnya di MPL ID Season 11. Super Ken dipromosikan setelah ia membela tim MDL Bigetron Beta. Super Ken berhasil menunjukkan kematangannya dalam bermain. Hal itu terbukti dengan membawa Bigetron Beta menjadi tim yang tidak terkalahkan hingga paruh musim MPL ID Season 7. Sebelum akhirnya mengalami transfer ke MPL ID. Berkat performanya yang gemilang, ia pun akhirnya meraih kesempatan bermain di MPL untuk menggantikan Jaskar dan Max yang tak terlalu bersinar. Menjadi bintang muda tidaklah mudah bagi semua debutan MPL Indonesia sebagai liga kasta tertinggi. Jungler baru dari Bigetron Alpha ini memiliki performa dan insting jungler yang bagus. Insting yang luar biasa ini sama seperti Sally Boy. Semua aspek yang mereka miliki hampir sama. Tetapi dalam kerapian inisiasi, Sally Boy lebih unggul.
Super Ken bagus sih bermainnya sumpah. Kalau kali ini dia bener-bener pede, percaya diri, terus semangat banget mainnya. Keren pokoknya. Sekarang lagi berproses menjadi rookie monster. Nggak bisa langsung disebut. Dia harus berproses dulu, mengalahkan yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
5 rookie monster terbaik babak regular season MPL ID Season 11 telah membuktikan kelasnya. Namun, apakah mereka mampu mempertahankan performa mereka hingga menjadi the next rising star di season ini? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas perjuangan mereka pada babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Banyak wajah baru di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Kali ini, mereka telah memperlihatkan permainan yang luar biasa demi mencapai tahta tertinggi di MPL Indonesia. Format terbaik pun siap untuk mewarnai pertarungan di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Inilah para rookie monster terbaik regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. Setelah bergabung dengan GEEK Fam dengan divisi Mobile Legends Bang Bang pada MPL ID Season 10, Aboy langsung terpilih ke dalam jajaran roster di salah satu turnamen terkemuka di tanah air. Ia masuk ke dalam line up roster GEEK Fam Junior untuk MDL Indonesia Season 6. Memiliki permainan yang gemilang membuat Aboy terus dipercaya untuk bertanding. Dia pun masuk ke dalam line up roster untuk Mobile Legends Bang Bang Close Qualifier Piala Presiden Esports 2022. Perjalanan Aboy nyatanya masih panjang. Dia pun kembali dipercaya untuk membawa nama timnya di pagelaran MPL 2022. Di MPL Indonesia Season 11, Aboy dipercaya GEEK SLATE untuk mengisi line up roster utama untuk posisi mid laner. Performa yang baik dan surprise engage yang selalu tidak terprediksi oleh musuh menjadikan Aboy salah satu rookie yang wajib dipertimbangkan. Dalam segi cover up dan follow up damage yang cepat, gameplay Aboy hampir mirip dengan gameplay Udyr. Dalam positioning, Udyr lebih unggul dari Aboy. Tetap dalam agresivitas, Aboy tidak kalah dengan Udyr.
Valentina Aboy itu bener banget, apalagi pas dia mencuri ulti dari Parsha, apalagi si Eve-nya gitu, bener-bener objektif banget sih aku lihat.
Hijume mengawali karirnya di perusahaan Mobile Legends Bang Bang dari EVOS Icon pada season 6. Setelah Hijume sukses membawa Indonesia menjuarai ISF 2022 dan Rising Star MPL Indonesia, ia dipercaya bergabung di roster EVOS Legends untuk mengisi slot mid laner pada MPL Indonesia season 11. Hijume membuktikan konsistensinya sebagai juara ISF 2022. Terbukti dapat membawa EVOS Legends menjadi tim papan atas hingga paruh musim regular season 11. Positioning yang rapi dan tidak mudah ditebak membuat gameplay Hijume bisa dibandingkan dengan Clay. Tetapi dalam segi rotasi, Hijume lebih unggul dari Clay.
Dulu juga sering Dims jarang dimainin, pas 2 support baru dimainin kan dia. Ya kalau untuk yang dulu masih kurang lah. Yang untuk pasnya itu ya sekarang. Kalau menurut gue chemistry-nya cocok banget sih sekarang dibanding yang dulu.
Vincent adalah pemain dengan role jungler terbaru Rebellion Xian di MPL ID Season 11 yang baru dipromosikan dari tim MDL mereka, yaitu Rebellion Sinai sejak Season 5. Vincent mengawali MPL ID Season 11 dengan baik. Ia berhasil menumbangkan saham naga api Aura Fire. Retribution yang on point dan mekanik yang tinggi berhasil membuat Rebellion Xian tidak masuk zona degradasi di paruh musim babak reguler season 11. Inisiasi yang matang dan jarang mengalami small mistake, Vincent memiliki gameplay yang mirip dengan Kyrie. Dalam segi objektif dan retribution, Kyrie lebih unggul dari Vincent. Tetapi dalam rotasi dan backup team fight, Vincent lebih cepat daripada Kyrie.
Ya menurut aku Vincent walaupun baru naik ya ke MPL tapi udah oke banget sih mainnya, maksudnya dia percaya dirinya udah dapat, kayak yang di minggu lalu juga kayak udah oke, apalagi pas lagi pakai Fanny-nya ya beberapa kali aku takjub sih sama gameplay.
Van memulai perjalanan prosinnya dari Aura Blaze pada MDL Indonesia Season 6. Setelah Van sukses menampilkan performa terbaik di MDL, dia dipromosikan untuk naik ke tim MPL yaitu Aura Fire. Van dipercaya bergabung dengan Aura Fire untuk mengisi slot jungler yang menggantikan Hype dan Kabuki setelah rolling and roll di week kedua. Permainan yang agresif dari Van membuat ia menjadi sorotan untuk Rookie Monster MPL ID Season 11. Van adalah jungler yang sangat agresif. Dengan gameplay tersebut, dia hampir mirip dengan Alter. Tetapi, walaupun memiliki agresivitas yang sama, Alter lebih matang untuk melakukan inisiasi daripada Van.
Langkah baik mereka menaikkan Van. Dengan perubahan role kayak begini juga mereka akhirnya menemukan hal baru. Tapi Van juga masih bisa dikunci. Kenapa? Karena Van dengan match yang udah dia lakukan, yang match yang udah dia berikan, hero-nya kelihatan banget.
Jungler muda dari Bigetron Alpha, yaitu Super Ken, berhasil mencuri sorotan para penggemar sim kompetitif Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia dengan debutnya di MPL ID Season 11. Super Ken dipromosikan setelah ia membela tim MDL Bigetron Beta. Super Ken berhasil menunjukkan kematangannya dalam bermain. Hal itu terbukti dengan membawa Bigetron Beta menjadi tim yang tidak terkalahkan hingga paruh musim MPL ID Season 7. Sebelum akhirnya mengalami transfer ke MPL ID. Berkat performanya yang gemilang, ia pun akhirnya meraih kesempatan bermain di MPL untuk menggantikan Jaskar dan Max yang tak terlalu bersinar. Menjadi bintang muda tidaklah mudah bagi semua debutan MPL Indonesia sebagai liga kasta tertinggi. Jungler baru dari Bigetron Alpha ini memiliki performa dan insting jungler yang bagus. Insting yang luar biasa ini sama seperti Sally Boy. Semua aspek yang mereka miliki hampir sama. Tetapi dalam kerapian inisiasi, Sally Boy lebih unggul.
Super Ken bagus sih bermainnya sumpah. Kalau kali ini dia bener-bener pede, percaya diri, terus semangat banget mainnya. Keren pokoknya. Sekarang lagi berproses menjadi Rocky Monster. Nggak bisa langsung disebut. Dia harus berproses dulu, mengalahkan yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
5 Rocky Monster terbaik babak regular season MPL ID Season 11 telah membuktikan kelasnya. Namun, apakah mereka mampu mempertahankan performa mereka hingga menjadi the next rising star di season ini? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas perjuangan mereka pada babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau.
Banyak wajah baru di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Kali ini, mereka telah memperlihatkan permainan yang luar biasa demi mencapai tahta tertinggi di MPL Indonesia. Format terbaik pun siap untuk mewarnai pertarungan di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Inilah para rookie monster terbaik regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. Setelah bergabung dengan GEEK Fam dengan divisi Mobile Legends Bang Bang pada MPL ID Season 10, Aboy langsung terpilih ke dalam jajaran roster di salah satu turnamen terkemuka di tanah air. Ia masuk ke dalam line up roster GEEK Fam Junior untuk MDL Indonesia Season 6. Memiliki permainan yang gemilang membuat Aboy terus dipercaya untuk bertanding. Dia pun masuk ke dalam line up roster untuk Mobile Legends Bang Bang Close Qualifier Piala Presiden Esports 2022. Perjalanan Aboy nyatanya masih panjang. Dia pun kembali dipercaya untuk membawa nama timnya di pagelaran MPLI 2022. Di MPL Indonesia Season 11, Aboy dipercaya GEEK SLATE untuk mengisi line up roster utama untuk posisi mid laner. Performa yang baik dan surprise engage yang selalu tidak terprediksi oleh musuh menjadikan Aboy salah satu rookie yang wajib dipertimbangkan. Dalam segi cover up dan follow up damage yang cepat, gameplay Aboy hampir mirip dengan gameplay Udyr. Dalam position, Udyr lebih unggul dari Aboy. Tetap dalam agresivitas, Aboy tidak kalah dengan Udyr.
Valentina Aboy itu bener banget, apalagi pas dia mencuri ulti dari Parsha, apalagi si Eve-nya gitu, bener-bener objektif banget sih aku lihat.
Hijume mengawali karirnya di perusahaan Mobile Legends Bang Bang dari EVOS Icon pada season 6. Setelah Hijume sukses membawa Indonesia menjuarai ISF 2022 dan Rising Star MPL Indonesia, ia dipercaya bergabung di roster EVOS Legends untuk mengisi slot mid laner pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Hijume membuktikan konsistensinya sebagai juara ISF 2022. Terbukti dapat membawa EVOS Legends menjadi tim papan atas hingga paruh musim regular season 11. Positioning yang rapi dan tidak mudah ditebak membuat gameplay Hijume bisa dibandingkan dengan Clay. Tetapi dalam segi rotasi, Hijume lebih unggul dari Clay.
Dulu juga sering Dims jarang dimainin, pas 2 support baru dimainin kan dia. Ya kalau untuk yang dulu masih kurang lah. Yang untuk pasnya itu ya sekarang. Kalau menurut gue chemistry-nya cocok banget sih sekarang dibanding yang dulu.
Vincent adalah pemain dengan role jungler terbaru Rebellion Xian di MPL ID Season 11 yang baru dipromosikan dari tim MDL mereka, yaitu Rebellion Sinai sejak Season 5. Vincent mengawali MPL ID Season 11 dengan baik. Ia berhasil menumbangkan saham naga api Aura Fire. Retribution yang on point dan mekanik yang tinggi berhasil membuat Rebellion Xian tidak masuk zona degradasi di paruh musim babak reguler season 11. Inisiasi yang matang dan jarang mengalami small mistake, Vincent memiliki gameplay yang mirip dengan Kyrie. Dalam segi objektif dan retribution, Kyrie lebih unggul dari Vincent. Tetapi dalam rotasi dan backup teamfight, Vincent lebih cepat daripada Kyrie.
Ya menurut aku Vincent walaupun baru naik ya ke MPL tapi udah oke banget sih mainnya, maksudnya dia percaya dirinya udah dapat, kayak yang di minggu lalu juga kayak udah oke, apalagi pas lagi pakai Fanny-nya ya beberapa kali aku takjub sih sama gameplay.
Van memulai perjalanan prosinnya dari Aura Blaze pada MDL Indonesia Season 6. Setelah Van sukses menampilkan performa terbaik di MDL, dia dipromosikan untuk naik ke tim MPL yaitu Aura Fire. Van dipercaya bergabung dengan Aura Fire untuk mengisi slot jungler yang menggantikan Hype dan Kabuki setelah rolling and roll di week kedua. Permainan yang agresif dari Van membuat ia menjadi sorotan untuk Rookie Monster MPL ID Season 11. Van adalah jungler yang sangat agresif. Dengan gameplay tersebut, dia hampir mirip dengan Alter. Tetapi, walaupun memiliki agresivitas yang sama, Alter lebih matang untuk melakukan inisiasi daripada Van.
Langkah baik mereka menaikkan Van. Dengan perubahan role kayak begini juga mereka akhirnya menemukan hal baru. Tapi Van juga masih bisa dikunci. Kenapa? Karena Van dengan match yang udah dia lakukan, yang match yang udah dia berikan, hero-nya kelihatan banget.
Jungler muda dari Bigetron Alpha, yaitu Super Ken, berhasil mencuri sorotan para penggemar sim kompetitif Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia dengan debutnya di MPL ID Season 11. Super Ken dipromosikan setelah ia membela tim MDL Bigetron Beta. Super Ken berhasil menunjukkan kematangannya dalam bermain. Hal itu terbukti dengan membawa Bigetron Beta menjadi tim yang tidak terkalahkan hingga paruh musim MPL ID Season 7. Sebelum akhirnya mengalami transfer ke MPL ID. Berkat performanya yang gemilang, ia pun akhirnya meraih kesempatan bermain di MPL untuk menggantikan Jaskar dan Max yang tak terlalu bersinar. Menjadi bintang muda tidaklah mudah bagi semua debutan MPL Indonesia sebagai liga kasta tertinggi. Jungler baru dari Bigetron Alpha ini memiliki performa dan insting jungler yang bagus. Insting yang luar biasa ini sama seperti Sally Boy. Semua aspek yang mereka miliki hampir sama. Tetapi dalam kerapian inisiasi, Sally Boy lebih unggul.
Super Ken bagus sih bermainnya sumpah. Kalau kali ini dia bener-bener pede, percaya diri, terus semangat banget mainnya. Keren pokoknya. Sekarang lagi berproses menjadi Oki Monster. Nggak bisa langsung disebut. Dia harus berproses dulu, mengalahkan yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
5 rookie monster terbaik babak regular season MPL ID Season 11 telah membuktikan kelasnya. Namun, apakah mereka mampu mempertahankan performa mereka hingga menjadi the next rising star di season ini? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas perjuangan mereka pada babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11.
MPL Indonesia Season 11 telah dimulai. Namun, permainan yang sangar dan susah ditebak sudah diperlihatkan oleh para player demi mencapai tata tertinggi di MPL Indonesia. Performa terbaik pun siap untuk mewarnai pertarungan di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Inilah first team player terbaik paruh musim regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. Posisi first god laner diisi oleh Brass dari EVOS Legends. Player veteran yang telah malang melintang di pro scene Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia mengawali karirnya pertama kali di Bigetron Esports pada season 4. Player yang mendapatkan julukan sebagai The King of Marksman ini membuktikan
Welcome back, our dear viewers. First of all, we want to apologize. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, the match will be temporarily postponed. We are still working hard to bring the best possible match for MPL Indonesia fans to watch. We also apologize for any inconvenience caused by the issue. And for further information and updates, please follow MPL Indonesia's social media platforms. And if you're worried about the fans on the venue and on stage, they'll get a full 100% refund for compensation.
Yeah, we would like to deeply apologize once again, and we would like to show our gratitude as well to everyone watching from home, staying patient with us as well, because of course we want to give the best viewing experience for you guys and everyone else at the venue, as well as give the players the best performance that they can have whenever coming into these games.
And again, to add to that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want for more updates regarding the postponed date, you can just follow MPL Indonesia social media platforms, Instagram, perhaps Twitter. There will be updated, so it's still TBA.
Yep.
All right. Once again, thank you again. And we will finally see the outcome of RRQ and Aura. It was such an intense match. It was very entertaining to watch. And us as well, we're also waiting to see when the rematch will begin. But wow, that actually is day 2, where tomorrow we'll still have the same schedule. Don't worry, for those of you at home, if you're wondering what's going on. Everything's okay. The problems will be solved by tonight, hopefully, and therefore we can continue on tomorrow. Of course, as we are going to take a look at what can we look forward to watching tomorrow.
Yep, we're going to see tomorrow's schedule for Sunday. Match 44 and 45 is going to be Rebellions, the Rebels versus Alter Ego, and ONIC versus Aura. Another Aura Fire match here, facing against one of the best team in the league. Probably de facto the best team in the league, led by Kyrie ONIC. Also, Rebellion versus Alter Ego. Alter Ego still finding their identity, still finding ways to win to actually get to that playoff spot. Rebellion still fighting for it. They are in the playoff spot, but nothing is safe for them just yet.
We're going to see tomorrow 2 matches, action-packed as well. Remember, Alter Ego and Rebellion, they are still seeking to secure that playoff spot as well. So it's going to be very high-intensity match for our opening match. As for the closing match for tomorrow, it's going to be the #1 spot taking on #8 spot.
Yeah, and if you're looking for other entertainment aside from the weekend matches in MPL ID, there's also MDL ID matches. And for all of you guys, if you're international viewers, especially from Filipino, there's also MPL PH Imports in Trimar TZ and Rafflesia on Pendekar in Esports. And on that note, today, it's such a really good day, and 4 matches today, and we're gonna see tomorrow how will Rebellion, Alter Ego, ONIC, and Aura Fire fare and play their matchups.
Yeah, again, thank you so much once again for staying patient. We love you guys. You guys are one of the craziest and best community ever. We just want to put that out there before we sign out for today. So it's me, Eterna, Sheffin, as well as Gani. We'll see you tomorrow.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan